phone calls to return.
Said I might make those. Nick, Matt, y'all good? All right, good. All right. Okay, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Welcome to day 2 of our 2021 board retreat. It's great to see everybody again this morning, and we've accomplished a lot on the first day. We got a lot of great direction from the board on our capital projects and other financing strategies that we wanted to accomplish. And today we're going to change it up a little bit and talk about some different policy issues that we have. And we'll spend the remainder of the morning discussing those. But first up, we're going to talk about taxes and the revaluation with Mr. Van Harrell, who will be joining us from the county. Welcome, Van. It's great to see you.
Good morning. Glad to be here. I'm not sure that 8:15 on a Friday morning is the taxes are everybody's favorite topic, but we'll make the best of it.
I hear you. So you are welcome to share your screen, sir.
Okay.
We are happy to listen.
Let's see here. One second. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as I said, I'm Van Harrell. I'm the tax administrator for Union County. I've been with Union County since 2004. Was appointed tax administrator in 2017, and it's been a hectic ride ever since that timeline. We are here to discuss the 2021 reappraisal. I don't have any very specific town information. This is more of an overview of the process, why we're doing it, an introduction to some of our key staff that are heavily involved in the process, and just kind of tell you where we're going to go from here over the next several weeks. With me this morning, I'm assuming they are on, is Phil Every. He's our appraisal division director. He is overseeing, he has direct oversight of the reval process. He has been in Union County for a little over 20 years. This is his, I believe it's his 4th reappraisal in Union County. So we have a very good feel for the market here and the data and just the neighborhood in general, the community in general. Robin Mary is over our assessment division. She oversees all things related to land records and GIS. Tax relief programs, and personal property appraisal as well. Mitzi Balkin, who I don't think is on the meeting today, is our revenue division director. She oversees all collection activities related to taxes and utilities. So just a little bit about our guiding principles, rules, and policies, and the things that allow us to do what we do and guide us in what we do. First and foremost, our mantra is fair and equitable. We want to make sure that we treat every taxpayer fairly, that all property is assessed equitably in the county, and all of our policies reflect how we deal with taxpayers on a day-to-day basis. That's not just about this reappraisal process, but just our daily activities here in the office as well. Everything we do is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes. We cannot deviate from those statutes as many times as people try to ask us to. Paula, I'm sure Paula can relate to that as well. But that is our governing documents. And then of course, just as a business practice, we implement industry best practices as recommended by the North Carolina Department of Revenue and the International Association of Assessing Officers. So what is a reappraisal and why are we doing it? That's one of the biggest questions that we're getting right now is why are you doing this now? We're in the middle of a pandemic. There are some economic challenges. The short answer to that is we don't have a choice. We were mandated by the Department of Revenue, and you'll see some other information on this as we go through. But we were implemented due to some statistical measures on sample studies that they did on sales data in Union County. We were required to do this. We received notice in 2018 that we had to perform a reappraisal by 2021. So simply put, the reappraisal itself is just a review of all real estate within Union County. We have, North Carolina is a market level assessment state. And so we have to, our tax values are supposed to reflect the market value of a property at the time of a reappraisal. Now those values are held static until the next reappraisal, which our last reappraisal that we're currently operating under was 2015. So we all know what kind of real estate market we've had in Union County, particularly around the Waxhaw area. Over the last 5 years, it's been very active, and I would even say a very hot market as well. We do this to be in compliance with state statutes and existing case law. And then two of the primary reasons is to reestablish equity and fairness in the property tax base. That again goes in line with bringing properties up to market value or down to market value, as was the case in 2015. And then we are required to ensure that the assessed values are reflective of the market, as we just touched on. As to the timing, there are 3 possible time periods for reappraisal. The maximum time frame between reappraisal cycles is 8 years. So had we not triggered some specific statutory measures based on our current market, we would not have been slated to necessarily do one until 2023 because we were a 2015 reappraisal was our last one. However, that is not the case here. We'll skip down to the 3rd bullet point here, and I'll come back up to the second one. The second option allows for the board to advance the reappraisal cycle to a more frequent cycle by adopting resolution. And they did that in 2004 and 2008, which was our previous period of rapid growth in the county. And even the growth then far outpaces what we're seeing now. So again, that's not what the board did. They did not take action to do this. Right now, we are falling under option number 2 here, which is a mandatory advancement of the reappraisal based on the size of the county and our sales assessment ratio as determined by the Department of Revenue. That ratio is simply a comparison of current tax values to current sales prices that have occurred since the reappraisal. And we'll touch on that in a moment. The trigger points for this mandatory reappraisal is if the sales ratio goes more than 15% above market or 15% below market. So if we think back to 2009, the county did a reappraisal in 2008. By 2012, we all know what the state of the economy was with the real estate market and even broader parts of the economy specifically. But in 2012, we hit almost 120% of market with our tax values because we had done a revaluation while the market was still growing very rapidly. The Department of Revenue notified us in 2012, you have to do, your values are too high. You have to do a reappraisal by 2015. Fast forward to 2018, the reappraisal was done in 15. Market's in recovery mode and growing strongly again and consistent. In 2018, our sales ratio number hit 84%. So we received notification from the Department of Revenue again, you have to do a reappraisal within 3 years, which makes that 2021. And that's where we're at today. And we'll show you some more data regarding our sales ratio and where we're sitting as of the end of December here in a moment. The second point of this is your population has to be greater than 75,000. We all know Union County is bigger than that. So we checked both of those boxes and here we are. Excuse me. As to our reappraisal timeline, like I said, this is not something that happens overnight. We've been working on this for a couple of years. We were notified in March of 18. We had to submit our reappraisal plan to the state by December of 18. Fast forward October of 2020, we presented the proposed schedule of values and how properties will be valued for the next several years to the Board of County Commissioners. November 2nd, there was a public hearing on that schedule. And then the 16th, they adopted it. Reappraisal became effective, even though the notices have not been sent out yet. Reappraisal became effective January 1st, 2021. That is the appraisal date annually by statute in North Carolina. Probably the next couple of weeks, we're going to be going back to the Board of County Commissioners to give them an update as to what our new valuation looks like as a whole. New median home values compared to what they were, and just kind of give them a picture of what has happened with this project. We anticipate around the end of February, early part of March, mailing out the new assessment notices to individual property owners. That starts an appeal window that taxpayers can contact our office by phone or online. We are requiring appeal forms for people that have access to submit those online. We'll walk them through that process. That way it's a seamless workflow for our staff, and we can work things more efficiently and effectively for the taxpayers. The first Monday in April, the Board of Equalization and Review will convene for their 2021 appeals session. Any appeals that we receive, our staff tries to settle those with the taxpayer. And that happens about 95% of the time. We're able to come to an agreed upon value, or they see that our value's accurate enough that they're okay with it. That window for appeals will close around the end of May. The board will convene, and we'll leave it open for 60 days. Then they'll adjourn around the end of May. It doesn't mean they'll stop meeting, but they will just be working to resolve the appeals they have at that point in time. Any new appeals after that date would have to be filed for 2022. We'll skip over this slide. This is just some details that we provided to the county commissioners about the reappraisal plan, the things that we paid attention to related to budget, staffing, outsourcing, and our hardware and software compliance. So as to the uniform schedule of values, a new schedule is required to be adopted for every new reappraisal. That schedule is the rates that have been developed based on the sales that have taken place since the previous reappraisal. So we have roughly 34,000 qualified sales in the county since 2015. More specifically, probably over the last 2 years, we've hit about 17 to 18,000 of those sales, somewhere in that range. This also lays out the procedures that are in effect for the next reappraisal cycle. So we're taking the snapshot theoretically when January 1st is built on data from the past 2 or 3 years. And that's the values that stay in effect for the next 4 to 8 years, depending on the next reappraisal. So we don't change annually. There are some states that revalue their property annually. North Carolina is not one of those states. This process is designed to capture the value of the real estate market as it currently exists. It's not a prospective look into the future. We're not forecasting saying this is where we think the values are going. We are literally looking back at the market and saying, okay, our values are here. This is what sales are saying. We need to bring our values up. This is a retrospective process by nature. This is a mass appraisal process. It is similar to fee appraisal from the standpoint of our approaches to value and how we value property. But it is not fee appraisal from the standpoint of we go look at your house and find 2 or 3 houses that look like your house or similar to your house. And we set a value based on those 3 houses. We look at things from a neighborhood perspective. So we have, and we'll touch on this in a moment, but we from a land valuation perspective, we break the county up into appraisal neighborhoods. We have roughly 900 neighborhoods throughout the county. And that could be anywhere from a large area, as it may be in a rural part of the county and like in the southeastern corner, versus you move to Waxhaw. We'll just talk about Millbridge. There may be 5 to 10 different appraisal neighborhoods within Millbridge itself, depending on the type of house, the size, the quality, and various factors that can affect the value of a property. We consider all 3 approaches to value: sales, cost, and income. And then when we have no land sales, we use a process called allocation or abstraction to determine the land value for a given piece of property. When it comes to valuing improvements, we look at construction costs of materials based on construction indices, and we set that value based on replacement cost new, and then we adjust for depreciation based on the age of the vehicle. And of course, location. When it comes to real estate, location is everything. So a house if you took 2 houses in same size lot that are identical, one in Waxhaw, one in Marshville, they're not going to have the same value because the location will determine, have a big factor in determining that value on that property. We have an ongoing quality assurance process where we go out and review properties on a daily basis. This year's been a little slower because of COVID, as well as a reappraisal year. We have to reallocate staff to different projects at that point. But to date, we have reviewed almost 64,000 parcels to make sure our data is accurate. When it's vacant property, we can do that from desktop review. And if we can't get access to a property because the taxpayer won't let us own the property, or it's a secure property and we can't get in, we have aerial imagery that allows us to do a good desktop review of that property as well. Talked about the appraisal neighborhoods. It's the process known as neighborhood delineation. Union County first adopted this process in the 1980s. It is widely used in the mass appraisal process throughout the country. It divides the county into smaller geographical units. Out of approximately 900 appraisal neighborhoods, they average about 115 parcels per neighborhood. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we look at. The base level of grouping starts with the high school district. And the reason for that is one thing that every property in that district has in common. So you start there and then you break it down into smaller geographical units within that given district. It allows us and taxpayers to analyze smaller sets of market data when they're trying to look through their values and say, I don't think this is right. Let me look at some of the data around me. We have tools available to help them with that. And this neighborhood process allows that to happen. This is just a map that represents, kind of gives you an idea of the appraisal neighborhoods. If you look over toward the Waxhaw area, Weddington and Marvin, you see a lot of gray in here, and that's because there's so many neighborhoods that we can't populate. From an image like this, we can't populate all the colors. So it just overlays that. If we could zoom in here, you would start to see a lot of different neighborhoods pop out with different color because every neighborhood has its own color coding in our system. We talked about equity. There are 4 classes of property that every jurisdiction charges property tax on. That's motor vehicles, public service companies, personal property, and real estate. Real estate is the only class of property that is not valued annually. That is that periodic revaluation process. And you can see on this chart here in 2015, after the reappraisal, we were at 99% of market. Fast forward to the end of 2020, we're at 69%. That's our countywide sales ratio. I looked at Waxhaw specifically, Waxhaw sitting at 69% as well. So from a global standpoint, if you look, and this is a median ratio, if you look at every property in Union County and compare it, or in Union County or town of Waxhaw, and compare it to the current market value of that property, we're about 30% under market at this point. Now, there are some properties that are maybe 75% under market, some that may be right at market. So it's a wide range, but we look at things from a central tendency standpoint, and that median ratio is 69%. Personal property is assessed annually. So personal property will always be taxed at 100% of market with depreciation taken into account. Motor vehicles are also assessed annually. So that there's your equity. You've got equity in those classes. Public service companies is where some of the equity questions come into play along with real estate. As public service companies are those companies such as Piedmont Natural Gas, CSX Railroad, Duke Energy, and Union Power. So they're referred to often as system properties because they're infrastructure related. We do not appraise those properties. The Department of Revenue sends us a valuation for those companies. And by statute, if your sales ratio, as you'll see on the next slide, if it drops below 90%, their values get reduced for a given tax year. So if you look here on this chart at 2019 and 20, our public service companies, we can only tax them on 83% of their value because of the sales ratio. So it's important that we maintain a relatively close assessment ratio to market. You want to stay 90% and above if at all possible to keep that from happening. And that kind of goes into that detail that we just talked about. And just to show you what this looks like from a dollars perspective, in 2020, the countywide valuation for all public service company was $479 million. We could only tax them on $397 million of that. So that cost the county $600,000 in tax revenue. So it's not a lot of money when you look at the overall county budget, but it is an impact. And it's important that all taxpayers, for lack of a better way of putting this, pay their fair share based on equity within the real estate market. And so that's why we go through this process. So anticipated countywide impact. Everyone wants to know, well, how is this going to affect me? How much are you going to raise my taxes? One thing we want to make very clear is that the tax office is not raising your taxes. We are only one component to this process. Every jurisdiction has to set their own tax rate. But we anticipate virtually every property in the county will see some sort of increase. There may be some exceptions, but there will be few and far between. Our current valuation year is 2015. Again, that was a contraction in the tax base. We lost roughly 10% of our tax base in 2015 because we had not fully recovered from the recession when that reappraisal occurred. As a whole, globally, we're looking at residential commercial properties with an estimated increase of around 30%. That's going to vary from property to property. We're just looking at the countywide tax base here. Rural land, large tracts of land that have been selling are also indicating a 30% change in market value. Now, there are some tax relief programs in there for farmers and those that utilize land for income purposes, and we'll touch on that in a moment. Revenue neutral tax rate, just to touch briefly on that, every jurisdiction is required to publish a revenue neutral tax rate. And that simply means the tax rate that when you look at your tax base, it will produce the same amount of value that your previous tax rate produced on the older valuations. So it does not mean you need to adopt it. That is a local decision by your board. It's a county decision from the county board's perspective, but you do have to publish it as part of your budget document. Within this whole process, there's a subgroup of properties. It's called present use value, and this is the agricultural related properties that I was speaking about. They have their own separate schedule of values. We do not determine that locally. That is determined by the North Carolina Use Value Advisory Board for the effective appraisal year. Currently, they've set new rates for 2021, and our rates will be going up slightly on the acreage valuation for that, and you'll see that on the next slide. There are ownership and use requirements, and there's minimum acreage requirements to qualify for these programs. Overall, just to kind of give you a snapshot, 46% of all acreage in Union County are under the PUV program. We have 191,000 acres that are in this program. We have to review those properties every 8 years to make sure they maintain their compliance. So that is quite an undertaking for a relatively small staff. That they are constantly working with farmers and their representatives to make sure their properties are in compliance with this program. As far as the rates for that program specifically, we'll look at agricultural because that is our largest class in the PUV program. Their current rate per acre of value is $385 under the 2015 reappraisal. That means that as opposed to paying a market rate, taxes based on a market rate of $6,000 per acre, they're only taxed at $385 per acre. That difference is a tax deferment. So if they sell that property, we go back and collect those taxes for the past 3 years. That rate is changing for 2021. It's going from 385 to 420. The percentage change there is 9%. Just to give you an example, if a property owner has 50 acres in the use value program, that taxable value would increase from $19,250 to $21,000 based on the new valuation provided by the state. If we left our current tax rate, and I'm talking county here, but if we left our current tax rate in effect after the reval, which is not going to happen more than likely, that would only be an increase of $12.79 in taxes. But that results in a tax deferment of 90% compared to the market value. So it is a significant benefit for those taxpayers that are part of this. And it allows them to keep that land in production. As we all know, farming is a integral part of Union County, and we're glad to help them work through this process. We touched briefly on the appeals process a few minutes ago. There are 5 steps to the appeals process. One is the informal review, where the taxpayer reaches out and talks to our appraisers, and we see if we can come to an agreed upon value. If that cannot happen, the taxpayer can appeal to the Board of Equalization and Review, which is a board that is appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. We have a very experienced board. I think some of them have been on the board. This is now their 4th or 5th reval cycle that they have been through with the county. So they're very familiar with the process and with the real estate market in the community. From there, if it's not settled, the taxpayer has property tax commission. However, if the board sides with the taxpayer and reduces the county's value, the county has no right of appeal at that point. But the property tax commission is where taxpayers can go. You do not need, and we want to make this clear, you do not need an attorney to represent you at the Board of Equalization and Review or the property tax commission. Taxpayers can represent themselves. From the property tax commission, either party has a right of appeal to the Court of Appeals if it's a matter of law. If it's a valuation question, the property tax commission is the final stop. The courts will not determine a value on the property, but they will settle legal arguments surrounding that process. Some additional tax relief programs that we have. Our elderly and disabled exclusion program allows up to 50% of the taxable value of a home and up to 1 acre to be excluded. So it's either $25,000 of value or 50%, whichever is greater. The resident has to be the owner. They must be a resident of North Carolina and 65 years of age or older and permanently disabled, or totally and permanently disabled. The income limit is $31,500 for 2020. As long as you don't exceed that, you can, and you meet the other qualifications, you can get a significant reduction on your tax bill. Disabled veterans also have an exclusion of $45,000 if they have been deemed 100% disabled by the VA. Our circuit breaker program, which is also a tax deferment, it's not a tax exclusion, is similar to, and from qualification standpoint, is similar to the elderly and disabled exclusion. It just expands the income limit to $47,500. The maximum tax liability for this is 4 or 5%, but what you don't pay, anything that is left unpaid, is a lien on that property. We have only 2 or 3 properties in Union County that are part of this program, and that's because of the tax implications down the road. If someone were to pass away, then their heirs are stuck with the tax bill, and most people don't want to deal with that. We've talked about the present use value program, and of course, charitable, religious, educational, governmental institutions are all exempt from properties upon qualification. So how are we getting this information out to the public? Much like we're doing today. This is our, I think our 14th presentation over the past 3 or 4 weeks. We're hitting every municipality. We are meeting with some of the Rotary clubs, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Commission. So we're doing everything we can to get it out there. The county has set up a dedicated 2021 reappraisal webpage. There's a lot of information on that webpage that is very beneficial. So if the town likes, they can link directly to that page for information. There's also a video that has been produced. It's a short 3-minute video that kind of gives an overview of the process and why we're doing it. Features the county manager, myself, and Robin and Phil, who are on my staff as well. We're doing a big social media campaign. The county has been leveraging that technology to put information out to the public as well. And then we're going to be meeting with some additional groups here in the next few weeks. Just to provide you a snapshot of what the county's tax base looks like, our total taxable value in Union County for 2020 was $27.8 billion. That was a 3% growth over 2019. And we have averaged 3% a year since 2014. So it's been we talked about a high period of growth in the early 2000s, and we do continue to see growth in Union County, but it's very measured and very stable amount of growth annually. That is not due to values changing. That is due to new properties coming online in Union County, new subdivisions, commercial developments, those type of things. You can see here, if you go up to the middle of this chart, we do lose about 10% of our tax base every year to tax relief programs. So if you exclude those, our tax base is currently around 30 billion. But we definitely anticipate that going up at the conclusion of this reevaluation. Just to show you a breakdown here, total tax base for the county, we're 73% residential, we're 10% commercial industrial. If you look at just real estate, that changes to about 88% residential and 12% commercial industrial. So there's a big discrepancy there. Obviously, the economic development community is working to increase that and decrease that ratio, but that's the current status of Union County. We're growing at a rate of about 1,700 new parcels per year and about just under 1,800 new homes per year. From a sales perspective, we've been averaging 6,300 qualified sales per year. That's a lot of activity around the county. I don't know that number specifically for Waxhaw, but that is the county number. We're averaging about 60 new commercial industrial developments a year, or buildings. So you can see that's lagging quite a bit. There was a big slowdown in 2020 because of COVID. 2019 was a good year by Union County standards for commercial growth, but that did slow down some in 2020. Show you a brief look here, and we're almost done. Just a brief look here at our sales ratio history. And this takes us back to 1986. We're talking about a 30% overall increase in value in the county. If you go back to the 1991-92 reappraisal, there was a 40% increase. So this 30% is not unheard of. In 99 and 2000, there was a 30% increase. And then the board advanced that reappraisal cycle in 2008 and 2004, where those years respectively, we only had roughly a 12, 13, 14% increase between reappraisal cycles. That is where we'd like to get. If we have a more consistent reappraisal cycle, we capture that growth sooner, and we don't have these large increases over larger periods of time. So that's something we're working here internally to try and get a policy adopted on. If you look, you can see where the recession hit. In 2012, we hit 119% of market, almost 120. That is the first time we've ever had an inverted line on this appraisal cycles. So, but you can see where we continue to recover. 2015, we did lose value because we had not fully recovered, but very rapidly over the next 3 years, we lost 16% of our market value due to continued growth in the real estate market. And we'll smooth that timeline on down to 2020. At the end of 2020, we're sitting at 69, 70%. So you can see where we've been, where we're at, and why we've got to do this process. So in conclusion, really, again, just transparency and fairness and equity is everything to us. So we make sure all of our business is open to the public. There's very little information in our office that is confidential, and that is by statute. We believe in a customer-focused process. We've got some very good customer service staff, and our appraisal staff is very good working with taxpayers. And we want to make this process as friendly as possible and easy as possible to navigate. If somebody disagrees with our valuation, if you think we've got something wrong with your property, call us, pick the phone up and call us, let us know so we can come take a look at it, look at your data compared to what we've got, and make that correction. We do that every day. Again, our public information campaign, we're doing everything we can to make the public aware. It's hard. Obviously, we'd rather be having this meeting in person as opposed to virtually, but that's the times we're dealing with now. And so it's harder to get these meetings scheduled in the community because there's not many happening. We are heavily leveraging technology with this process. Over the last 3 years, we've implemented new computer software in our office. The county has contracted with a company called Pictometry for good aerial and oblique imagery photos so that we can utilize those in the process. We are leveraging some online appeals tools. We have our appeals forms already live. There's going to be a sales database that people can look at and see comparable sales to their property. You put in your address and it brings up comparables for your property to show you where your value is in line with those that are like you. So there's a lot of things that we're pushing out, a lot of work that's going on. We're still not quite there. I was telling Phil a few days ago, this reappraisal process is kind of like packing and moving houses. You keep finding a box and you find another box and you find something you didn't put in the box. So you just trying to get everything wrapped up, and we're close. We anticipate being done in the next week or so, and then we'll finalize all that data and get that out to the taxpayers. With that, I will stop sharing my screen and be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ben. We really appreciate that. Hey, I'll start with a quick question or maybe clarification. I didn't even discuss this yesterday. I just realized that the revaluation would also affect the tax, the motor vehicle tax as well. well, correct?
It will, yes and no. So the revalue, it doesn't affect the values of the vehicles, but if you change your tax rate, when you set that revenue neutral tax rate, it's based on your whole tax base. So if you lower the tax rate, you will collect less tax dollars on those vehicles per se than you did this year, because the overall tax rate is lower, but the values on the vehicles are still, they're assessed annually anyway. So it's one of those things that if the revenue neutral is based on the overall tax bucket of value, but when you look at those individual categories, yes, it will affect your levy on motor vehicles. It will affect it on personal property as well.
And so that wasn't even involved in the
calculation.
strategy yesterday. So you're going to have some additional revenue there.
More buckets.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, when you calculate your revenue neutral tax rate, you're allowed to still, if the board wants to adopt a revenue neutral rate, you're still allowed to get your normal annual growth. So if your historical growth, let's say look back at your last 4 years on your tax base in Waxhaw, and you average 3% per year, then once you determine your revenue neutral rate, you can add that 3% back onto the rate. So let's say your revenue neutral rate comes out to be 50 cents. You take that rate, multiply it times 1.03, and there's your revenue neutral. That allows you to get revenue neutral and then still recognize your growth that you typically have on an annual basis.
Thank you, Van. Any board questions?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Simpson. The only question that I have, it sounds like what you presented, that you will have the reevaluation figures probably end of February, beginning of March. Is that when we can expect to know what that will mean for the revenue impact for us?
That is when we anticipate to mail the notices out to homeowners. We hope to have everything done as far as an initial tax base estimate from a real estate standpoint. We hope to have that finalized here in the next couple of weeks. What we've offered to do for some of the other communities in the county is, once we have everything finalized, we can do a short follow-up at one of your next meetings to show you what that looks like for the town. So we can show you your median home value prior to and after the revaluation. We can show you your overall tax base increase from a real estate standpoint, which obviously is the largest chunk of your tax base is real property. So I anticipate having that a little sooner, but I think we could probably come back early March if you wanted us to, and give you that kind of wrap up look at the data and what we see here.
I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, this is the time of year where managers harass the tax department quite frequently. So yeah, they're used to us asking that question a lot.
Yeah, we change our phone numbers from February to April. So
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work, guys. It's especially in a growing area, growing community, growing county. This trend will hopefully and most likely continue upward over the next maybe 20, 30, 50 years. People want to move here. People want to live here. I think you guys have a full-time job coming up.
we do. And I was looking at some data earlier this week. The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance they've got it's a really interesting graphic on their website where it shows projected growth from 2020 to 2050. And it's one of those graphics that it just plays and it shows you, you see it constantly moving depending on what jurisdiction you're looking at. But they looked at all the counties surrounding the Charlotte metro area, and the only county outpacing Union County was York County, South Carolina. But for Union County, by 2030, the projection was 307,000 people. And then by 2050, it was up to 427,000 people. So yeah, I think you're right. Barring a major economic situation, I think you're right. We will continue to see this.
So going forward, how do you plan for what we just talked about, the growth? Staffing up, obviously is going to have to be one of them.
So we try to work smarter and not harder. And we have, as we all know, I mean, government is asked to do as much as possible with as few as people as possible. I mean, the county, I will say the county has been very gracious to us and provided us staff to go through this process. As we continue to grow, though we will need to look at adding more, but we are looking to adding some additional technologies in the next budget cycle that will allow us to reallocate staff, because some of the more manual processes that we have can be solved with really some artificial intelligence technology with data entry processes and those type of things. So we're looking at all avenues. I mean, we'll need some people, that's for sure. I mean, you can never have too many boots on the ground, but we have to leverage the technology as well.
Quite the undertaking.
Any other questions?
And thanks for all of you guys' work over there. Again, this is a big job. You're going to have a lot more to it. You're going to grow. Yes, technology will take a part of that effort off your shoulders, that burden off. But wow, what a job you have. Almost 900 properties, 900 neighborhoods.
Yes. We in our appraisal staff, we only have 9 full-time appraisers. So it's quite an undertaking for those ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you came by my house, so I can verify that.
Specifically,
And we like to make sure the managers are taken care of first.
example, right?
You
Yeah.
know, Dan, it's the first time that I've actually seen your face. I'll just say you look exactly like a college buddy of mine who's currently the town manager of Fall River. Exactly like his name's Sean.
He's the town manager where?
Fall River.
Okay.
It's over off of I-40, kind of in between Burlington and Durham.
Interesting. So,
You gotta
I've been accused of being a judge and a lawyer, but never a town manager. So.
Well, thank you, Van. We appreciate it. We'll look forward to hearing back from you in about a month or so on what our tax base will actually look like. So thank you very much, Van. We'll talk.
Sounds good.
Soon.
Thank you for having us this morning.
Thank you.
Bye.
That's a daunting job.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, let's see here.
Hey, Jeff,
Yes, Tracy.
is there anything that can be done to increase the volume in the room there? I could hear Van just fine, but hearing you, it's very hard to hear. And I've tried with headphones too, and neither are working. I don't know if there's anything that Nick can do about that.
Well, let's give us a moment to try to troubleshoot that then before we move on.
So take a pause.
Yeah.
light up the thing and see how Tracy does?
Yeah, we'll start with that, and then if it's,
I think budget forecast and visioning will be beginning of the
I
afternoon.
think Matt did there.
you just unmuted your, yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now?
Turn that on.
Tracy?
Turn that back on.
We have a lot of dialogue going on.
Sorry. It's a habit, I have.
Okay. Tracy, how's that sound from here?
That's
My voice?
better. That's better.
Jason, you want to speak and say something to Tracy?
Good morning.
I can hear you.
Is it better? Tracy, is it better?
I hear you better, yes.
Okay. Melody?
Hi, Tracy.
Hi.
Can you
Wait,
hear me?
Jeff, can you say something? Just make sure I can hear you because I think you're doing some presentations, right?
Yes. Good morning, Tracy.
Okay, I mean, I can hear you. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay,
I'll
go
try to
ahead.
speak up a little bit more. Is this loud enough or do I need to speak a little louder? And I tell you what I can do is I can get up and I can, once I get this on the screen, I can get even closer to the owl.
That might be good.
Table closer.
Well, I'll just stand up and come up there.
Let's just move it over to him. All right, well, let us know if it's impossible, Tracy, but we'll
I
try
can
to
hear
move-
you fine, Ron.
Yeah, all right. And Jeff is just next to me here, so we'll try to get a little closer and then not put our masks on so we cover that up too. So get closer, guys, if you can.
I'll use my Jersey voice.
Yes, use your Jersey,
Okay.
use your indoor,
Perfect.
your outdoor voice, right? All right, well, let's try that. Well, Tracy, let us know if it's difficult.
Okay,
Okay.
We're
so
kind of
see
in
if
the
I
middle
can
here,
fit
in the middle of the book.
Yeah, I don't know.
all that.
We're gonna go over the
All the
organization.
organizations.
It's one of these tabs, mine's pink, but it's one of these tabs, the organizational chart.
It's policy discussion.
Yeah, it's about halfway through.
Pedro,
Technology.
policy discussion.
Technology.
Yeah, I'm on the. same-
Okay.
Yeah, that's their topic.
Okay.
Should be voice activated.
Okay, Tracy, can you see that on screen?
yes, I can.
Okay, great. So we will move along here and talk about our organizational structure. And so this is one of the things that that I wanted to look at, after we got past our abbreviated budget process at the beginning of the COVID era, and after we got past the kind of the heavy hitting writing and public input stage of the LDC. So I took some time this fall to assess where we are, which you have in your booklet, which is the first page, and that was as of January, or still today. And then what you have up on the screen now is the way that I would propose we adjust and shift to moving forward, which would be technically effective as of the upcoming budget year in July. So there's some changes. There's not a whole lot of changes, but there's some specific things that I want to point out. So first and foremost, I guess I'll start with where I was before I became the manager as planning director. And we had and still do have what's called a development services department. And that includes engineering, that includes building inspections. It includes our fire marshal, code enforcement, and we also have, well, I think I mentioned engineering. So, and then Matt is the director of development services. So, yes, I guess you only see,
Matt has a
My,
tripod to put it on so
oh,
that we
okay.
can see your face.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess you don't want to just see my body, do you? So, didn't think about that. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can speak up here for,
Well, we've got a chair right there. You want to sit
Okay.
right here? Sorry,
Let's just
don't
slide
leave
you
the
forward.
mess yet.
Jack, cords and stuff.
Wanna-
Let's just see if we can just get you right up in there.
okay. Yeah, that works.
See, that's why.
Okay, there we go. That's better. Better thing to look at here, right? Sorry about that. Wasn't thinking about that, but, so, looking at moving forward, it didn't seem like the development services department really served us, I think, into the future the way I thought that this adjustment might. And what I look to do is put the planning and inspection staff together into one department. Also have public services still stay as they are, along with engineering, and then Parks and Rec stay as they are. But they have kind of similar functions on the operational side of things, and look to group them together under a deputy manager to have another administrative position. And in this case, that would be / engineering director too. So I would propose putting our current engineering director, development services director, Matt Hubert, into that role. And over here on this side, comms, of course, is still Haven Creative, and they would still be where they are, along with police, IT, finance, human resources. I will point out for a moment the downtown manager position. Looked at a lot of different options there, whether it was the right time to have our own economic development person. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we need to see how much interest we get there and how things develop over time. I did, along with Matt, we look closely, got a lot of consultation from our interim manager, Max, about how that program is going, and got his thoughts on things moving forward. I looked at every aspect of that, even looked at perhaps moving on from that program, but the more I thought about it and the more input I got about it, and then also talking with the board too, and really understanding through the LDC how much I think it's important to you and how much some of you get involved in the Main Street program. I think we need to attempt to take that program to the next level. I don't feel like we've ever had anybody in that role that when they got into that role, that's where they came from and really knew the program from front to back, had really been immersed in it before. We'd had good people that were doing that along with some other responsibilities, but didn't necessarily have that experience coming in where they could just really know the program and dive in and take off with it running. So what I really want to do this time is I really want to hire somebody that has that background. And so if we can't find that right away, then we'll just wait until we can find somebody that really knows that program, because all the public input that we got, one of the themes through our LDC was the small town character. And they're not talking about Harris Teeter Shopping Center, they're talking about downtown. And so we know how important that is to the public too. And I would like to grow that program and then see if we can really immerse ourselves in it and how successful that it can be. That was a budgeted position this year, so it has not been filled. And so what I would propose to do is to start advertising for that pretty soon, probably by the end of the month, so that it can be out there when the Main Street Conference comes along in March. Max had told me last year that he'd gotten a lot of questions about the position at the conference. There's a lot of interest in it, and so hopefully that would be the same this time around if we had a job ad out around that time, and then we could go ahead and fill that position in. So moving on down, you'll see here where we have assistant to the town manager and town clerk, and of course that's Melody. And then we have a new structure there, some of it the same deputy clerk, but one of the things that I've really been paying attention to for a good little while is just how our front works. And for a long time, the brunt of the burden for answering calls and just greeting people up to the front, directing things, fell on the building inspections staff. And they've done just fine with that, done really well with it. But that's not really what their purpose to be there is. It's to handle the permit and inspection calls. Susan's the office manager there, and she was handling all that. So it became clear to me that we needed to have, and right now we needed to have somebody that could handle that so that she can focus on the daily demand, which is extreme. I'm there a lot of times pretty late, and usually the one that leaves either before or after me is Susan. So just catching up on things. So I've noticed that for a good while now. So you've probably, the ones of you that have been in town hall recently have probably seen we have a temporary part-time person just to fill that void now. She's there from 10 to 2, which has been really helpful. But one thing that I would like to do is I would like to create a full-time customer service position that can handle the day-to-day up front, can handle the calls, get them directed out, handle when people come in the door there, just be able to do that direction and have that piece that we don't have. And I think that can carry over to a new town hall, because some of the conceptuals that we've seen, you would wind up having a front, payment type counter where people can come in and get greeted and be able to do your business right there. So that can carry over from our existing building, which we'd have to squeeze in there, of course, as we all are doing now. But it can carry over to that. And so we would also have. So I would picture that to be a full-time position. I would picture tax collector moving over there and also taking on some of those customer service duties, because a lot of people that come in to come into town hall come to pay their taxes. So I would envision her to be filling in at lunches and any time that the full-time customer service person is on vacation or sick, or just whenever we have high volume of people coming into town hall. And then these 3 positions would answer to Melody here. And
Jeff,
so, yes.
I just want to ask you, I think all this looks awesome, and then 2 kind of questions, and
Speak up.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
So there's just kind of 2 questions in the full-time customer service. Did you give any thought to if they have downtime? Because I'm sure there'd be like ebbs and flows with their time. Like if they have a big rush of people coming to the door, answering the phones or things like that, any tasks or things that they would be performing if they had downtime, if they weren't meeting some of those, or if we had a lull, or.
Yes, and they probably will have less downtime than you think, but we have thought of that, and Melody's actually been very good in providing some thoughts and ideas. And I was going to mention that one of the thoughts that we've had, so we've got our new website coming on, and I've talked with Jenny about perhaps providing that service, and she has a proposal to do that, but we're also evaluating that versus having it in-house. And I think that right here could be a good spot for that. I've talked to Jenny about it's website administrations, like a special skill, I guess you could say, or specialized skill. And her response was that no, it's not. I mean, it's something that can be learned. So I think that's something that we are looking at and might be the direction that we fall. So I think that could work out really well there too, to cover our bases. So, yeah.
She works for this whole company, and it runs a particular business. And what she does is she does the video editing, she does the response to all the websites and the blogs. So she's the person that answers, picks up the virtual phone, let's say. So I think that's what you're kind of getting at, that in the downtime, they have the time to look at the websites, look at the feedback, push it up to comms, and comms will give whatever they want pushed out and so on and so forth.
That's correct. Yeah. That's what we're looking at.
So would that be so essentially you're looking for someone with that skill set that would perform the customer service aspect as one role or two separate roles? Well, I guess over time it could be two separate roles, but right
over
now.
time,
Depends on
but
how big.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And it would have to, I think, lean towards the comm side of it, because if you're looking at them to go through all the things that are specific to, what we would want or not want without, then I think that's the bigger end of the job.
Yeah, I think so, and being that conduit to comms as well. So what we need to do there, and with tax collection moving into that, is she also performs accounts payable now as well. So we would need to backfill that back into finance to make that back whole again. And so right now, keep in mind too, this is before the department staffing requests. And so we're still in the very beginning stages of evaluating that. This is just my thoughts right now for two full-time positions to add into the budget. So it would be this full-time customer service and then the accounts payable. And I guess we just have to see how the other requests come in to see how this tree or structure could be shifted or changed. So you would have, just in summary, you'd have the Parks and Rec director, the Planning and Inspections director, the engineering staff, public services would all be answering to deputy town manager, operations side, admin side would be over here on the left with all of these departments, clerk, customer service, human resources, finance. The downtown manager would answer directly to the town manager now. Before was answering to the development services director, IT, police, and then comms. And of course, right now I'm still the active planning director. And what we did in this current budget cycle is we programmed in half a year's salary for that position, because we were still in the being mindful of our revenues with COVID. And so now we are well past that halfway point, and hopefully getting to the end stages of our LDC process. So what I would like to do is going ahead and start hunting for the new person, so that we can get that person acclimated here and off and running. And we'll be obviously based on the results of yesterday and whatever happens today, we have a whole lot more projects, which is one of the reasons why I think it's good to have a little bit more of a top structure too, to be able to focus on the big capital projects that we have ahead. And so that's what I would like to do moving forward. If the board's supportive with this structure moving forward, what we would do is we would advertise for the downtown manager, which is budgeted now and just hasn't been filled, and then hunt for our new planning and inspections director, with that being a budgeted position right now. And then in your new budget document, you'll see budget workshop, we would be adding 2 more full-time positions, which, as Van said, with, even if you just, did the 3%, which is the gradual, we'd be, I think, sure easily be able to cover that within our budget if we did nothing else. So that's what I am looking at. I mean, we are, believe it or not, as we talked about that yesterday and growing up, I mean, we're at 80 employees now. So we're, and it'll be at least 82, I guess, in the next budget cycle. But I think the service demand will continue to grow, and I feel like this is a sets us in a pretty good position to be able to readjust to our needs now and to continue to move forward. I got to talk to every single department head about this, except for one. Unfortunately, I didn't get to talk to Nick about it, but it doesn't really affect anything on his side. But everyone else has seen this, because I didn't want to surprise any of them before you saw it. So.
Hey, Jeff, if I could just give a little input on the downtown manager. So I've gone to the last 2 Main Street, I forget what they call it, but the big Main Street thing, conference. And from what I remember, most of them had the downtown Main Street manager didn't work for the town. They worked for a 5013C that was set up. And I think that's something that we should explore. And maybe as y'all are interviewing for this position, finding somebody that might have had some experience setting something like that up or working for a 501(c) that did this. Because those seem to really seem to take off and make the towns a lot better once it became that position. So just a thought there.
No, Tracy, that is great feedback. It would actually open up more options. We are, I would say, somewhat limited in what we can and cannot do if it stays as a town position. I think it could start off that way. And then you're right, if we had somebody that had that experience, which is something that I would like to look for, then maybe we can make that move in that direction. And you're absolutely right. I think that could open up even more options and really be beneficial for the town moving forward. And I going back, I think, and just looking at this whole program and process moving forward, that's opened my eyes, I think, to those differences. While I think we could still have a successful program here with it completely under the town, that does open up some new options for raising money, for example, and doing some other things like that. I think that's definitely something that we should look into moving forward, and that's great advice, Tracy. Any other questions?
I just have a few comments. Awesome, I love it. And sort of similar to what Commissioner West Manager, and maybe even the planning director, is being able to understand, I mean, I know our role is to create policy, but to understand the process. Is there sort of a peer review process that will be gone through when you interview these candidates? And then the other piece is the downtown manager, where it's so, that person's gonna be so key and instrumental of, helping to create that environment downtown, that experience for our residents and for visitors, that, I mean, it's such a key position. I just think that we need to really be specific with what our criteria is, to making sure we have the right person with the right fit and skills for it. Just because that is so critical to wanting to have a successful downtown, and to keep the historic character charm, which is so important to our community.
You mentioned peers, and I haven't even mentioned this to staff yet, but one of my thoughts for that position is to reach out to others and see if they might be willing to be, at least a couple, to be part of our process, just to listen to these people, and be able to give us good advice for a hire there. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to do that for the planning and inspections director
Right.
position. I think I've got enough experience, along with Matt and myself, to be able, and of course Wendy, to identify the right person there. But I think we could, I'm never afraid to find good people to help us make good decisions. And I think we could use some more help and advice from more people in the know for that position than any of us really
Is there
have.
any resource, because I think there's a new Main Street conference coming up, is there any sort of resource that we could tap in with people already in the program, or be able to let them know that maybe we're looking for this type of position, and maybe help, they could guide us, or?
So just a thought, while we were in the process of looking for our Jeff, there were a few candidates there that had those qualifications. So maybe perhaps that company that we used can help.
Well, they probably would, and I mean, I'm sure they would love to do that. They don't generally do it for a position like that. They're more of the higher executive level positions, but we'll look at options, and I think that's good for us to talk a little bit more with the folks with the Main Street program, and see what resources they have. Because it's really important to me that we make the right hire and the right person moving forward. So we're definitely going to need to tap into some resources to do that, because that's a little bit, just a little bit off, I think, of anybody's expertise in the town. So we're definitely going to need help there.
And they might have some sort of guidance or toolkit or something, or they might know somebody, or through the program, they might be able to help with the vetting process, or maybe help us to know what to look for or not to look for.
Yeah.
And they may even have a recommendation of somebody. I mean,
Yeah, they might, and I think that's all great advice, and I think things that we would move to do, wanted to make sure and assume that the board would be comfortable with the structure. And again, I think, we'll be able to very, very thoroughly work through the planning and inspections director, and we got the right people in place to be able to find the right person there. But yeah, I think we will need to look at some more resources for the downtown manager to make sure that we can find the right person. So any other questions?
did you think of the structure when, for the town hall design?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So this was sort of incorporated in your own mind for those conversations with that. So that vision of moving forward as we grow up as a town has been incorporated into the design of our next, hopefully, facility.
Yes, that's correct. This was, it was that thought.
Great.
Yes. And, I shared it with Jenny as well, because she's seen it, and I thought, well, okay, so we're going to be introducing a new website in April-ish, and then we might have to be, shifting the things on the website. So I'd rather not do that. If I can help it, just kind of start off this way with it, even though it'd be technically a couple of months early before we officially flip the switch, but we'll make, we would make moves to move in this direction softly, I guess you could say, until we get to July. We'll have to do some adjustments in town hall for one, and so which we'll do. And
Want to find a closet for someone to take as an office?
well, what we'll do is the small conference room there will become 2 offices. So, unfortunately, we'll be doing away with one of the conference rooms, but, Zoom has taught us that, you can have small conferences that way if we need to, but once we take away that conference room and add the offices to make up for this, then we would have to start looking at closets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Well, knowing Jeff as I do, this chart represents 22,000 feet of an office building.
Well, actually, it's what I did. I think it's still on my desk. I put a little window below most of these just for room for growth to make sure we had that.
Potential,
town
like,
hall.
Yeah, capabilities.
Yeah.
So why are we looking for closets then? Is that just an
Because that's all we have
expression?
now.
No, it's
That's
no
what
space.
we
left
have
in
We're out of
town.
space.
Yeah.
So that was going back to my point. If that's where we're at today, then
In our current location.
In our current
oh, in our
location.
current location.
That's what we're
Yeah.
talking about. In our current.
The
I'm
new
thinking you're talking about the new location. I'm like,
Oh, no.
wait a minute, wait.
No, this is
No.
room for growth there.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, we're looking at 3.5 times the space
Yeah.
that we're currently in,
That's
just in the
why,
one building.
that's why I asked. I said,
Right.
Wait a minute.
Years ago, though, at another place I worked, we did have one planner that did work in a closet. So that has happened.
A closet
Yeah.
planner, imagine
Yeah.
that.
So I guess, so my question to the board, because obviously, this would affect how we start to shift and adjust and obviously be looking for your support in the next budget cycle would be a comfort level with moving forward with this renewed organizational structure.
I'm comfortable with it. I think it
I'm
looks
great with it. I think you've planned well on it. I know all of this is, you being the planner that you
Yeah.
are, all of this is part of the plan.
Yes, it
Get,
is.
the right staff, the right people, the right place, the right capabilities. I think that we could only say yes to moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, you're close to this every day. You live this every day, so I trust your judgment 100%. This is the direction you think is going to be most efficient and beneficial. Then I trust your judgment on that.
And of course, this is just organizational, correct? This isn't what it would look like in, let's say, an EOP setting or an EOC setting.
Oh, no, that's a
Quite
whole
different.
different thing, yes.
Yeah. No, I'm good with it.
Tracy, you're up on the screen. Your turn to comment.
No, I mean, I'm fine with everything, other than what I've already said.
Okay, great. We just, we want to be clear in our endorsement of going forward with this stuff, and we'll make sure everybody has the input on it. So I'd say, town manager, you have consensus.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much. And we will continue to move on. I think we are at federal action plan. So hopefully Leslie is online. I will find- do that.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are
Leslie. How are
you?
you?
How's everybody?
Doing great, virtually.
Yes.
great.
Good. I hope your planning retreat has been going well.
Been going very well.
It's been going very well. Now, I can share my screen, Leslie. I think that's what we talked about while you
Yes,
talk. Is
sir.
that still what you want to do?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. And while you're doing that, I will just say, as listening to towards the end of your last session, because of the expense, I can tell you that my office in DC is not much bigger than a closet. I just wanted a conference room. So I told him, I said, you can give me a closet if you want. I just need the conference room. So it can be done. All right. Well, first of all, again, good morning, everybody. And thank you again for trusting me with your federal advocacy needs. Really excited about the prospects and the ideas that we've come up with. And my understanding is, today is really a review, an opportunity for you to see what we're focusing on and ask questions and provide feedback. And then there will be, I believe, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but there will be an opportunity in a future meeting, in an upcoming meeting, for final, formal approval. But this is just an opportunity to kind of go over how we got here and why we chose the things that we did. So very briefly, I just wanted to review the process that we went through to come up with this draft plan. And that started with conversations, a very detailed, lengthy conversation with Jeff about various things that he thought would rise to the top. Conversations with each of you to hear what your priorities are, and really looking, and I think you'll see that reflected on this, hearing some general feedback, such as wanting really more projects than policy. I think the example that you saw when I came to you with examples of what a federal action plan might look like, you saw that some communities choose to mix policy and projects, and there's more policy than projects in some cases and others. In your case, and especially given what we expect this year going forward in terms of potential opportunities to get some actual, dollars for capital improvements, we really did weigh more heavily on the project side because that's where your greatest needs are. So, and then also I went through your CIP as Jeff was putting that together. I went through and looked for things that I thought, were a good fit for what the federal government's willing to do, what they're willing to invest in. And then I had the pleasure of touring your town. Jeff and Melody spent a very good portion of their morning driving me around and showing me everything so that when it comes time to advocating for these things, I could speak with personal knowledge, having seen them, and also I could get some better idea in terms of how all some of these might fit together in case we can package some things. So, so that was very, very helpful, and I very much appreciated their time to do that. Knowing you're on a limited time, I also don't really, I obviously don't need to explain these projects to you. You know what they are, and we don't need to go item by item. But overall, I want to present the draft form and get your feedback. Are there any changes? Is there anything we missed? And then also, quite frankly, we're trying to not necessarily from issue area like transportation versus quality of life versus public safety, not necessarily trying to put those in order of priority, but it does help for us in the column to the right to get us, we're trying to get a sense of prioritization there, because when we go to the congressional delegation, we go to the federal government, say within transportation, and we have to put projects forward, we will have to prioritize which ones we feel are the best fit and the biggest priority. So getting a sense from you in terms of where your priorities are and are we getting that right is very helpful as well. So let me pause there and get your feedback and your input, and then we'll talk about next steps.
All right, we got it all fitted on the screen there so you can see it. And just one thing to point out, on the downtown enhancements and community connectivity and pedestrian safety improvements, those are really a lot of what Matt discussed with you yesterday that we packaged in there as the downtown, all those different block improvements. So we're not listing them one by one, but we're packaging them in all under one group there. And we had some time, and we took some time after we drove around, and based on what we told her, these are what rose to the top of what she thought from the federal side of things, where we might have some some success. So that's the thing to keep in mind, is that there's would
Jeff?
maybe be some other, yes.
So where it says community connectivity and pedestrian safety improvements, I was hoping that in this category, we could consider sidewalks in other areas of town. That seems to be always at the bottom of the list and something we never have money for, but I think is just as important that people that live further down Providence have access to sidewalks to make it so they can walk to downtown.
Okay, great input.
Absolutely. We need to have more pet access.
I agree with Commissioner Westcliff too. I mean, I think there's certain areas down there where just, that's like an alternative transportation. We want to encourage our citizens and have that connectivity. I think yesterday about some of the TAP grant projects, but even with some streets down there that we want to have a nice, vibrant downtown, that's part of it too.
Right, I mean,
Leslie,
and also like we're on Providence, there's sections where there's sidewalks and then there's no sidewalks, like they aren't complete. And we need to make a complete sidewalk instead of a sidewalk to nowhere.
At least one side consistently.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Leslie, do you feel like that some sidewalks on our corridor routes, you think those would be competitive in the federal realm?
Yeah, actually, in looking at this, the downtown enhancements, pedestrian safety, community connectivity, all of that sort of grouped together. And I think instinctively, to me, that includes sidewalks in terms of community connectivity. But it's not explicit here. And I hear what the commissioner is saying. I think that we can add in that language to make sure that we're being very clear that that's including but not limited to sidewalks.
So I would want some clarity. If we knew the widening's coming and it's gonna do sidewalks,
Matt's gonna step up.
Okay.
so to your point on the connectivity along Providence, I would just look for some clarity. If we know the widening is coming in and it's scheduled, not till 27, are we willing to put money in to put sidewalks we know are gonna get torn out or might not be in the right place at the right time when it comes to it? Because that's been the logic. Let's put money where we know it's gonna be effective in the long run, the life of the sidewalk it being 30, 50 years, versus we know we need that connectivity. We know it's sadly lacking, but it's a DOT facility. It's already scheduled. $84 million is earmarked. So where is the priority? And that gives me the ability to know, okay, we're worth filling in these gaps, knowing that money goes away.
I think it's a good point as well, and thanks for highlighting, because there is that 16 component to all of this. Then there's the other connectivity, and so yes, would we want to put in things that we're going to tear out right away? Probably not. Is there an opportunity that we can do that in concert if we wanted to go ahead of it and we knew? And again, it's property by property, and you'll have to run through the entire length of the 16 improvement to see, okay, are there sections available to us that would coincide with the DOT current plan that we would take the risk and put in, and it would be part of that plan and not have to be torn out?
Yeah,
It's
and
kind
the
of like the same
reminder
conversation
being,
we had on Gray Byram intersection.
and the reminder being, we are updating the pay plan. So we're not trying to overthink. We're gonna let it come to us, and understanding it takes years to design. You get the survey, do the design, fund it right, and then set the construction up. There's not a whole lot we can do real quick. It sounds like, oh, well, it's right there. Let's do it. DOT's in the process. So it's a process that we have to go in eyes wide open,
Right.
and not just knee jerk all around.
I agree.
That's good input. What we could do is we could make it its own bullet point, but of course, if an opportunity does come up and identified, then we just have to make that decision at that
And
time.
again, that all goes hand in hand with us working to be more independent, to have resources available to us, both in people and in cash, So we can make those judgment calls, because sometimes that's what it's gonna be.
And to, you know, to a point there, I've already got the survey along Pine Oak. What we found from that was it was going to be a lot more complicated, a lot more storm drain, retaining walls involved than just asking DOT if we could put a ribbon of concrete in. And so that's where we've kind of stopped and pulled back because all these other things are, I think, are taking a higher priority from what I presented. But it's still all part of the overall plan is to make walkability, you know, at a much higher level than we currently have it, favor the pedestrian over the vehicle.
Right.
But getting there is we got to gain momentum and put everything into place ahead of time so that we have a good plan to follow.
Well, you've got the challenge of literally modernizing a town that wasn't planned this way.
Right.
And with new people coming to town, more demand, you know, for services from our constituents, you've got your challenges because you're gonna run into just what you just said. You're gonna find that there may be a horse burial place somewhere that you never knew about that was there. So you're gonna run into those things. So appreciate that.
And I think you made a good point too about cash. What really is going to allow us to be able to strike when one of these opportunities comes along is to have some cash in the coffers, which is why it's still imperative to pursue the sale of the surplus properties, because that's where that opportunity is going to come from to be able to afford it. Yes.
You have to be able to afford it.
Yes,
And our focus
that's
from
right.
the town side is what's already been developed and we don't think is going to redevelop. If there's open space there, we're expecting the zoning to put that in place, and we focus on the areas that were overlooked at the time or built up without anybody paying attention to the need for sidewalk.
Right.
I personally don't want to, you know, commit to us having to pay for something twice. I'd rather do it once the right way. And I think I know I talked with you about that before with the lights over at Kensington, Waxhaw, Marvin, when those were plans. Like, think about the bigger long-term picture once that's going to be. And
Yeah.
eventually, you know, the lights that went in there will accommodate for that big picture, what that would be. But I think, you know, for my thoughts about sidewalks is going to be like from the Howie property and kind of in the core of the downtown area to make sure we have good connectivity. Like, as an example, we're working and moving forward to connect the mill over to downtown. And so for me, there's things like that. Yeah, 16 will kind of take care of itself eventually, and then some of the other things. But I think if we can improve some of that walkability, or even, you know, I know some of it the downtown, but those are the types of things for sidewalks, or even down on Howie Mine Road, and down in some of those other different areas of communities, so that they have better connectivity and that people can start walking to the amenities and the restaurants and what the vibrant downtown is, and hopefully.
Yeah, that's a core item on our review. I mean, we're making sure when we talk about connectivity, it's not just vehicles, it's people.
Right, and I know we have a lot of policies for the, you know, not to have the cul-de-sacs, but to have more interconnectivity that way, or to have, if there's little shopping plazas similar to like what's over across from Alma Village, that they can connect in between instead of having to go out to go into the next plaza.
And I think you'll see a big component of that out of the
Cross
plan.
access.
Yeah, but I think, you know, that's what I'm thinking when we're talking about sidewalks. I do know there are those needs, like going down Providence, and we're putting in sidewalks for some things, but I think we need to look at that.
Right. Yeah, low hanging fruit is the name of the game as we kind of build momentum with the broader picture.
And we'll all take it, you know, project by project, consider each one on its merit, whatever it's going to be. But we're also not afraid of putting in a 10-year sidewalk.
Sure.
If that's the case.
Right.
If the need is immediate, like the Great Byram intersection, we stepped up, and then obviously had the help with DOT. So I want to share that same mentality, that same thinking. That
Yeah, we want to go to it. We don't want it to come to us anymore.
That's right.
Okay, so I think we can definitely add a bullet point that reflects that. We're happy to do that. I mean, it sounds like we got,
Yeah.
Where do we build
Yeah.
the whole page?
yeah, yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
if I may add to that a couple of things. First of all, there isn't a whole lot of money available on the federal side right now for sidewalks as a standalone, as you pointed out, having that, if you're going to be constructing some widening projects or other types of transportation infrastructure, you can usually work those into it. A lot of the active transportation methods have really been through formula funds that have flowed from the feds to the state and so forth. And there's some foundation work that I've got to get to Melody to help me review to see if there's opportunity there. But I will say also that in addition to seeking out resources to help move these projects along to completion, this is also what we're going to be, and I'm going to talk about this in a moment, but what we're going to be sharing with the congressional delegation and with federal agencies. And so pointing out to them that, sidewalks continue to be a big priority and a need, and where you need assistance. Having it as a separate bullet, I'm fine with that, because that allows us to really focus on that and why it's a priority when we're talking with the congressional delegation, so that they understand when a major bill comes through, whether it be a larger infrastructure bill or whether it be individually as a surface transportation reauthorization bill, they need to remember that, communities really need help in these areas. And so it helps with the advocacy piece, is the best way to say that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So Leslie, can you talk for a minute? So say that the board's comfortable with the federal action plan, and then it lines up on one of their regular agendas coming up soon. They adopt it. Then what will you do with it at that point?
So once you go through, your adoption process and everybody gives me sort of the, thumbs up, we're good to go, we like the way it looks. The first thing that I will do is I will actually, on a staff to staff level, I will communicate this to the congressional offices, just to get the, because again, y'all haven't been through this process before. So I like to give the staff a heads up. I don't want them blindsided. And I give them a chance to ask questions and to become more familiar with it. To let them know that you're going into a proactive federal advocacy campaign, and these are the areas that you're looking for assistance. And again, just have that dialogue with them, get them comfortable, so they can then go and at least kind of prep their bosses ahead of any phone calls, elected official to elected official, or conversations, elected official to elected official. So that, if you see them in events or you're on the phone with them for other reasons and you bring up your federal action plan, they're not caught by surprise wondering what you're talking about. So I give them the courtesy of that advanced, briefing, if you will. And then we'll move into, once I've had a chance to get that done, which doesn't take very long, we'll start working on setting up Zoom meetings so that, and we've still got to work out the logistics of this in terms of the best way to approach. And so I don't know the details yet of how we're going to do this, because usually we go to Washington and we walk around and we do these meetings, but we're going to do this virtually. We've got to decide how y'all do that, if you do it in smaller pairs or you have called special meetings or however it has to work publicly. But anyway, we will do virtual meetings, and we will have you all as elected officials actually speak to the congressional offices. We'll set up member meetings so that you can talk with them and say, these are our priorities. This is what we're working on. We're looking forward to working in partnership with you. And prior to doing those meetings, I will hold another briefing session to make sure everybody's comfortable. I'll have talking points for you. I'll have a list of who we're meeting with, some background materials about if there's a staff member attending, some background materials, so that if you went to the same, if you graduated from the same college or university, you've got that in common. Just some, things, icebreakers, if you will. And I'll do a briefing session that goes over the talking points so that everybody can look at it, make sure that they're comfortable with what we're saying and the role that you have in this. And so by the time we get into the meeting, everybody, knows exactly how it's going to go, and they feel very comfortable with it. So we'll get that communicated. And then beyond that, really behind the scenes, there's a lot of stuff going on. Melody and I have already established every other week a set time that we talk through strategy. We communicate on an almost daily basis about different grants. A big grants list just went out last week. She contacted me this week about another grant that's just been released since then. So we're continuously working on competitive grants that might fit these particular initiatives while we wait on the larger legislative pieces that we're hoping to attach them to as well. So we'll have, I think I described to y'all before, we'll have basically 3 different things running simultaneously. One is competitive grants, because that's what's available to us at the moment in terms of FY21 spending. And then looking forward at FY22, we're waiting to see if the appropriations process is going to allow us the opportunity for congressionally directed spending, where we can have Congress put in some prioritization of projects within communities like this. And then the third component would be if they do a larger stimulus, COVID relief that includes infrastructure. Basically, it'll be a jobs bill similar to what they did in 2008 under Obama, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, which President Biden was the chief architect of. So we fully expect that he will do some sort of stimulus project bill, and we'll be ready to go with the paperwork to do that. So we're going to be running a couple of different things at the same time. Basically, as I like to say, turning over every sofa cushion, looking for every bit of funding that we can find to move these projects forward and hopefully see them to completion as we get further into the process. I will tell you also, I'm sorry, but I know I'm explaining a lot, but I will say also that these are goals. I want to be very clear that we will not get everything on this list. And we won't get everything this year. We won't get everything, even maybe in another year. The idea is these are our goals, and these are the things we're gonna, put forward. We're gonna chip away at the list. And so I want to be sure that when you see this, it is an aggressive list, especially in transportation. You'll have a lot of needs. We didn't want to leave anything off because these are all important and they do rise to the top. But we also want to manage expectations that at the end of the year, we're not going to see a funding level beside each and every one of these bullets.
Well, we probably couldn't afford that anyway.
Well, and that's a good point, actually, Jeff. As we talked about in the conference room there afterwards, is we also have to manage in terms of, that's why we prioritize, what we're going to put forward. We want the federal agencies and the congressional delegation to know what's coming. And I don't mean this as a pun, but it makes a good one. We want them to know what's coming down the road, what else is coming towards them. Like, hey, we're going to get this done. And then there's this other thing behind it that we still have to get finished, so that we're, when we come back to them with the next project, they're not surprised by it. They're expecting it. But yes, the reality is none of these projects, with the exception of maybe body cameras, and that might even be a 50-50. I can't remember off the top of my head. But most of these projects are going to come with some sort of non-federal match. And non-federal meaning it can come from the town, or it can come from a private sector investor. I mean, you can get it from other places. It just can't be federal match to federal dollars. So the non-federal match will come about with each of these projects. And yeah, I mean, if you got all of them at the same time, could you really afford that anyway? So we also have to manage that piece of it, is how much do you want to take on in terms of local investment and moving things forward? And I hope we have that problem. That would be a good problem to have so many choices that you're like, oh my gosh, we've got to find money to match. That's not a bad problem. That means we're being very successful, but it is a reality that we have to plan for.
Rosemary has a question.
Come on
Up to the speaker.
I think that's very exciting. This is what my history was for people with disabilities as far as advocating and grants and all that. And this just plays into the whole conversation that we've had so far. Is we've been talking a lot about programmatic things and how we're going to do it and planning and all that. And I just want everybody to remember the financial piece. So we can have all these wonderful ideas and all these things that we're going to do, but please keep finance in the loop, because when I came here, there were things that had been accomplished that finance wasn't in the loop. And it was very difficult for me to catch up and try to figure these things out. And, Jeff and I have a wonderful working relationship. I have to code things a certain way for our financial statements, and there's always a way to do it. There's a way to do it, but please remember that there's a financial piece to it, and just keep me in the loop.
We'll let you know when we're talking to President Biden.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's great, Rosemary. She's really gotten us into much more clear financial condition moving forward. And so I guess any other questions? And of course, then the direction sought would be is if you're comfortable with this plan, and we will adjust the transportation to reflect sidewalks townwide. And if nothing else, no other comments, then we would seek direction to move this forward, or you would expect this on a very soon future agenda for adoption.
I'm comfortable with it as well. I think that, the comments that are made here, we've obviously watched you guys now start to plan, hearing that, you guys have gone out and toured the areas and understand them and have allowed the consultant to come in and partner with us and understand and see them. It is just a great move for you guys to have done. And boots on the ground is most times everything. And you're right, Rosemary. I mean, yes, there are a lot of decisions that have been made in the distance past. Great ideas at the time, but no way to execute them, and financially mostly. And so we need to keep all of that in consideration as we move forward. As many of these things, as Leslie was pointing out, they're not 100% dollars to us. So we are going to have to contribute and make sure we always have a way to contribute to get these things. If they're important to us, we'll find a way.
That's correct. We will need cash.
Tracy, you still on? Any further comments?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, so unless I'm going to hear anything else, I think that we've given our consent to the town manager to keep working on this program. Very good. You got another green
Okay.
light?
Great.
Super.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you. And y'all have a wonderful rest of your day and a wonderful weekend.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Leslie.
Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to you soon.
And thank you, Pedro, for discovering Leslie.
There you go.
There she was.
There
There she was.
That's right.
Yes.
That's what happens when you get out, right?
And you know what? Again, I'm a big believer in signs. And when we talked about before, and I asked in this very room, Melody can tell you, 2 or 3 times. Oh, we have a grandmother. Just an extra set of eyes and ears.
We just need to go out more often.
Let's do that.
Okay, well, it is 10:05, and our next scheduled one will be 10:15. So we have a 10-minute break to rest up and catch up. So we'll see everybody back at 10:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we are back. So welcome back. And our next session will focus on historic landmark inventories, current and future. And we have our HPC Chairman Terry Settle on, as well as Madison Miller, Senior Planner. And Madison has a presentation that he will share. And then I know Terry will be chiming in as well. And of course, we'll have time to take some Q&A as well. So Madison, go right ahead, sir.
I appreciate it, Jeff. Good morning, everybody. Hope you all are doing well. Let me get my screen to share. Okay, can you guys see the full screen picture?
No, you need to switch your monitor.
Is that better?
Yep,
That's it.
Okay. All right, so thank you so much for allowing me to be here and your interest in historic preservation and specifically historic landmarks. So I'm going to go over the criteria for landmarks, going to go over our current landmarks, and then I had a conversation with the State Historic Preservation Office in regards to some of our discussion for our LDC Chapter 12 when we were doing our review with you guys. So I will just dive right in. So the criteria to become a landmark, to be designated as a landmark, the property has to be in special significance as it relates to being historical, prehistorical, the facets of architectural or cultural importance, and it has to possess integrity of design, setting, workmanship, materials, and associated details. For it to even be considered with these requirements, the Historic Preservation Commission must find the property meets the significance and integrity requirements. And so upon this recommendation, then this recommendation and report is then submitted to the State Historic Preservation Office for review, where they will also evaluate the significance of the requested property or structure. And so these four are our existing landmarks. Most recently, the Waxhaw water tank, and then the Waxhaw Railroad or pedestrian bridge, the A.W. Heath commercial complex, and then the R.J. Belk store. And so I'll go into a little bit more detail on each of these and provide actually a little bit of history on these properties or structures. So first, the Waxhaw water tank is the only landmark to be actually designated by the Waxhaw Board of Commissioners, and it was designated on June 13th, 2017. And so brief history of the water tank. It was constructed in 1941 as a key role in water and sewer. When it was first built initially, the water rates was $1.50 per 2,000 gallons for citizens and residents, or $2 for businesses. And so with the creation of the Waxhaw Volunteer Fire Department, they began drawing water from this tank. And so the water tank remained Waxhaw's primary source of water through the 1980s. Union County Public Works assumed ownership of the tank in 1987. And then until the completion of the water tanks at the corner of Sims Road and Rehoboth Road, the water tank remained pretty much in operation. And so back in 2011, the Union County Public Works deeded the water tank back to us. And then shortly after in 2013, the water tank went through a full refurbishment. So that included the the coloring, and then the large Waxhaw, North Carolina letters you see on the water tank today. The next one to be designated was the Waxhaw Railroad Bridge. And so this one and the two remaining, the Monroe Union County Historic Properties Commission held joint public hearing sessions with the Waxhaw Town Commissioners at the time. And so this one was designated on August 11th, 1997. And so it spanned the former Seaboard coastline, which we are now familiar with it being the CSX railroad line. This is actually the second bridge to be at this location. So the pedestrian bridge to this day was built in 1941. And the original bridge was wide enough for vehicle as well as pedestrian traffic to cross. So the date of construction of the original bridge is unknown, but the town celebrated its 100th anniversary, I believe, in 1989. The R.J. Belk store, or the Waxhaw Women's Club as we know it, was designated on October 6, 1987. The R.J. Belk store was established soon after the first and second Belk stores, which were located in Monroe and Charlotte, which both of these stores have since been demolished. And so this Belk store is likely to be the oldest Belk structure in existence. The building underwent restoration in 1974, but the interior remains largely unaltered. And then at a later date, the kitchen and bathroom facilities were installed. And finally, the A.W. Heath Commercial Complex was designated on October 7th, 1987. A little bit of history on this. The A.W. Heath, the first building, which is now the Waxhaw Antique Mart, was constructed in 1898. And then as the mercantile trade kind of increased in the Waxhaw area, the one-story commercial buildings that followed were built in 1903. And so these one-story commercial buildings are what we know as Provisions, Capricci's, that kind of shopping area there. And then the frame barn building, which housed the mill, was constructed in 1910 with a renovation following in 1983. And so you can see the farm building here in the center picture, and that is what is now the Tack Exchange. So, so the conversation I had with the State Historic Preservation Office, two items came up of interest with the Board of Commissioners or with you all as it relates to owner consent for designation of landmarks, and then the BOC having approval or final approval of certificate of appropriateness for landmarks. So with my conversation, the State Historic Preservation Office is not really familiar with properties or structures being designated without property owner consent, even though the general statute does not require it. So the second item, the Town of Commissioners or Board of Commissioners do not have the legal authority to review and act on certificate of appropriateness. This is a designation specific to the Historic Preservation Commission. Now, as we discussed when we did the initial review of Chapter 12, the board has the authority to approve or amend or reject landmark designations. But as far as alterations to these landmarks, that kind of stays with our Historic Preservation Commission. And then one last slide. I know this is maybe more the focus of this presentation or the interest is about future landmarks and then what maybe the Historic Preservation Commission sees as future landmarks. So the town enlisted Circa Incorporated to do a study which included a broad study of things, but included 3 recommendations for local historic landmarks. The first being the W.R. McDonald Hotel. If you are not familiar, this is the home that is situated right beside of the Niven Price building. As you can see here, this is the side of the Niven Price. The second being the Rodman Heath Cotton Mill. And then the third, which was the Waxhaw water tank, which has been designated since then, because this study was done in 2010. So this concludes my presentation. Like I said, I have Terry Settle here as well. She seems to be well versed in knowledge of historic preservation and then some of the future or past discussions of some of these items. So I'm available for questions or comments that anyone may have, or I can go back in the slide and presentation and as needed.
Madison, this is Ron. Just a quick thought and question relative to your last slide about the mill area, and it was trying to become something in 2010. I see on this slide. If you can go back up to that slide, back up one for me. So I think we ran into some issues, or if I remember hearing a story about the designation of the McDonald House, which we sometimes use as our offices, that because of the significant modifications to that over time, that it didn't remain eligible for this designation. Would that then now apply to the mill?
So I think, so the mill at one point had started to do a designation report to be established as a landmark. This may have been a few years back, because they had hired a consultant to do the study or to write the report, and then it just kind of fell off and it just didn't go through. But you are correct about the McDonald House. I believe when they did the renovation, some aspects of either the chimney or some of the exterior modification or restoration wasn't historically accurate. But as far as the mill, I think they would still be eligible, if I'm not mistaken, for the portions of the mill that remain. If does that sound about right, Terry?
Yes, that's correct. They did do, they hired the same lady that did the report for the water tank for the town. And she did quite a lengthy research and report. She actually sent it to me to review. And I do not know why the owners did not proceed with it, because it would have been eligible for tax credits if they had gone through with it.
And you're speaking to an effort that was in 2010, correct?
No, the current owner. This was the current, no, in 2010, the circle report was done for the town of Waxhaw in conjunction with the overlay that they wanted to put into effect. And this was just a recommendation by them that the only 3 buildings in town worthy of becoming landmarks were these 3 structures: the mill, the McDonald Hotel, and the water tank.
So have there been any recent conversations with the ownership of that property?
I don't believe so.
I will, just a little bit of history. Are you talking about the mill?
I am.
No, because I have not spoken to the owner except for when they came, but they did receive a facade grant to do some of the work on that building. So they came through historic preservation, but I think I wasn't actually on the committee at that time, but I attended those meetings because I was interested in what was going on.
I'm sorry, you may or may not be able to find out that the ownership of that property might have changed.
Okay.
Even during the restoration of the building for the restaurant and the apartments. So you might want to check back into that.
Sure thing.
Madison, can you go back one slide?
Yep. To this one.
Yes, so the owner consent, that was a big discussion at one of our LDC reviews, and I think we were frankly surprised at the answer that we received from the state, because us and lots of other people around have always been under the impression that that owner consent was required, but evidently it is not after we checked into it further. However, they were quick to point out that we're not familiar with any of these things happening without owner consent. So it's confusing in reading the statutes. Again, I mean, I think you can make the implication either way that it is required to have owner consent, but I guess if you read it over again thinking the opposite way, you could interpret it to be that way too. So one of the decision points, I guess, coming up in the LDC review would be how the board wants to move forward with that in our code, whether you want to make that a requirement that's above and beyond the state requirement or not. So
didn't we also discover that during that dialogue that, and correct me if I'm wrong on it, that there was the ability for, even if it was designated, whether it be an area or a specific property, that owner would request to be removed from it?
They can, from what I understand. Do I remember that correct, Madison? Do you remember?
It sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I could just make a comment, if you were to do it without the owner's consent, then they would have to get a COA to do any work on their property. I mean, that's why people do not want to take part in historic preservation. So I don't see the advantage of like going down that road if they're not going to participate in the program.
And that would be our recommendation to the board, that you would include the owner consent as part of the code.
Right.
I would agree.
I agree too. I'd like to see the owner consent put into there. It would just, I just want to protect the people that own properties. I would just really would hate to see someone say, we love your home, but we're designating this. And then consent. That's important to have that buy-in from the people that own the property.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
Oh, I was saying, I think it's just important that we incorporate the owner consent into the LDC.
Oh.
I think it's important to have the buy-in from the owner. I just wouldn't want to see the entity to come and say, hey, we're designating your property this, and not have the property owner have an opportunity to have a choice in that.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do, because of it, that provides a whole lot more limitations than just zoning, for instance. So, yeah. So, okay, well, we can scratch one thing off the LDC list. That's good.
Jeff, this is Tracy. So while we have Terry on here, I mean, I consider Terry probably one of the most knowledgeable with all of our historic overlay topics here in town. Terry, do you see any advantage at this point to do anything more with historic overlay?
My personal opinion is it's the only way to protect the downtown area, period. People think making a building a landmark or because you're in the historic district protects that building, and it doesn't. It doesn't. People can do whatever they want to with their property as far as tearing it down or modifying it in such a way that it loses its historic significance. And to me, the only way is not to go the landmark way, but to go the district way, which would require people to any infill building, or it would have to be in harmony with the rest of the area. But there does not seem to be an appetite for that. But mainly because I will say, when they tried to do it before, misinformation got out and there was nothing that could be done to get people to listen to the reason that the commissioners at the time felt that that was the way to proceed to protect the downtown. Because everybody says that's what they love about Waxhaw, the historic downtown. And it's not just Main Street, it's the area around the downtown area. And as you know, I live on North Providence Street, and people walk up and down our sidewalk, because we actually have a sidewalk on our side of the street. It's not all the way on the other side, but on our side, but they walk all the time because they love walking through these neighborhoods. It's almost a park-like setting. Our street is that way. I know King Street is also that way, although they don't have any sidewalks over there. But anyway, that's just my personal opinion.
Well, that was what I was wondering, because I thought that was the conversation you and I had before, that this landmark thing, it doesn't even protect the home if they decide to sell, right? I mean, whoever bought it could knock this landmark down, correct?
They can't do it right away, but they eventually, whatever they want to do. That's why I did a presentation to a former board of commissioners about asking them to put a covenant on the property that the town owned, the Niven Price building, the McDonald House, and the meeting place, so that they could not be torn down. That's really the only thing that can protect them. And they assured me at that time, as long as the town owned the buildings, there would be no problem with that. And they were not ready to put covenants on property at that time. But of course, it never happened, because you get new commissioners in and they just have a different view. I will say the commissioners that had this vision, they tried to do the right thing as far as preserving historic downtown. But it just didn't work out.
And do you think there's still no appetite for that in the area? Or do you think now, seeing some of the changes that happened with the apartment complex and things, that maybe some of those people have changed their mind?
Absolutely, because I had been contacted by people once they found out, those apartments were going to be in their backyard. They contacted me about what could they do, to fight that. And it's like, well, there's not anything you can do. It's zone for that now, and they don't even have to take into account the historic buildings that are, close to it. As far as, just a second, excuse me, I have my granddaughter that wants to participate with us. But anyway, so I think that there have been some people who have changed their minds about the whole, and it's because they found out more about it now, whereas before they did not. It was a gut reaction. They didn't want anybody telling them what they could do with their property. But the idea is this is to protect your property, and it also increases the value of any of the reading I've done if you've got that layer of zoning over you too. But it's just hard to say. I will say it was not a fun thing to go through at the time, because the Historic Preservation Commission was singled out as the ones that were doing this to the town. Well, we were given a job by the commissioners to do this. That was our direction. So that's what we did.
So is there any discussion among the board on anything here, or any opinions on, do we want to further discuss and pursue anything, or what's the attitude of the rest of the board?
Well, that's interesting that you asked that question, because unfortunately, because of COVID, you know, we've been meeting virtually. Now I'll back up by saying I was off the board for a few years, but there's new board members, like brand new board members on that I'm ashamed to say I don't really know. In the past, when I was chairman, if somebody new came on the board, I made a point to meet them, to walk with them through downtown, kind of like Joyce does with the walking tour of the historic buildings and what, you know, was important to us to preserve and everything. And I have not been able to do that with any of the newer members. So I can't answer that question, I'm sorry to say.
Thoughts or comments?
Is this something that we're looking to move on because of the LDC?
Not specific to a district, no. That doesn't have any association with the LDC. I mean, if you did something like that, we would have to just add that to the LDC at some point. Yes.
Mhm.
I've spoken with a lot of folks, and I think people ultimately want to preserve the downtown up to that folks, because I think to them that it encompasses a lot of different things. I think when the roadblock comes up is when people start getting the feeling that they're going to be told what to do with their property or what they can't do with their property.
Mhm.
So I think that's where the disconnect has kind of been. I don't know if that has changed. When Terry said, oh, you know, some folks have changed their mind. If that's the case, then maybe the conversation can be opened up a bit. But if not, if folks aren't willing to go down that road simply because it affects their property and they don't want to do that, then that's obviously another conversation.
Mhm.
So Terry, when you say that some folks have changed their mind, is that more or less what you're saying, that people have just a different view on it? And is it the same people that were opposed to it last time?
Right. I've heard, and I won't say it's a lot of people, but two different homeowners had mentioned to me, actually got a phone call from one of them saying, was there anything that could be done? And I said, well, an overlay, and I will say, I'm not opposed to infill building or anything like that. Things need to be done. And on our street in particular, where there are vacant lots, you know, a house has been built that just fits right in with our neighborhood. And it can be done, but then there's other things that are, you know, on the horizon that may not be. And there's nothing to stop them from doing, you know, whatever they want to do. But people were told that they wouldn't be able, they'd have to get their paint color of their house approved if there was overlay, which is not true. It's specifically spelled out. We are not that type of historic preservation commission that makes you use historic colors and all that kind of thing. We're just not. We want you to paint your house to maintain it. And that's why the facade grant, which these same commissioners were the ones that put the facade grant into use as a tool, so that not only the commercial buildings, but the residences would maintain their properties. It costs more to live in a historic house if you maintain it properly. It does need to be painted regularly, or else the wood rots if it's a wood house. But some people were so afraid that the overlay was going to come in, they immediately put vinyl siding on their homes and took their historic windows out and put vinyl windows in because they thought that was going to be better, which they're not. But anyway, that's just another story. And it's hard for me to know what the feeling would be now. We have a lot of new people that have moved into the downtown area that, I don't know how they feel about it, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm gonna weigh in a little bit on it as well, because I obviously live close to you, Terry, there, and I walk that neighborhood a lot and talk to a lot of the people there. I think you're right. I mean, I think, and I agree with Commissioner Moray, and I think you're always gonna have the property owner's rights issue to have to deal around somehow. And I think that is a little bit of the fear factor on that. And frankly, the unknowns are what really cause people to go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I don't hear the appetite necessarily for this right now, because I think it's just, again, one of the many unknowns about how it works. And I think that we have to be careful of it. I know in our downtown district specifically, we do have some abilities to manage what those existing structures look like. And certainly from a design standpoint, as you know, you can build a new building like where Giovanella's building is there, and make it look like it's been there forever. In fact, a lot of people know that building is a relatively new building, and so you can do that. But I think that going forward, I think people who say, well, I've changed my mind, they might not be the owners of those properties that they changed their minds.
No, they were the
thing is generally what people are saying. There may be a couple of people that, and for the sake of conversation, they just may be afraid of losing what they value as a charm of it. And they'll make a statement about their property, but they may be one of 100 properties around there. It is that voice that is coming to the town now. So it is a very delicate and sensitive issue to talk about. I'm not sure how it can be achieved. I think we may be able to look at things from a design standpoint. So if anything did go in there, that we might have the ability to maintain what we'll call the look and character of what we're trying to achieve. But I think you're still going to have the difficulty of hurdles of the property owner's rights to deal with.
And it all comes down to education. And, I really, at this point, I don't know how you go about doing that, but the owner of the Niven Price building, he has gone out of his way to put that building back to the way it used to look. And he applied for a facade grant to do part of the work. Now, some of the work he's doing he would not be able to do under the facade grant, but a lot of it he was. And so I was really glad that the commission could help him out. We even had a special meeting to kind of move the project along so that he would be able to do that. So the facade grant's another thing. I urge y'all to maybe look at that again. The way it's been cut back, and I don't mean money wise, but the fact that only a front facade can be applied for, the whole building needs to be maintained, and particularly the commercial buildings downtown, just about all of them you can see from all four sides. So I wish y'all would look at that again, and that might be something good the Historic Preservation Commission could, as our work plan, which we've not talked about for this year yet, but something that we could work on with you to see if we can come up with something that would be a real tool to help maintain the historic buildings. So that's just, and like I said, that's just my own personal opinion about that. But I think the rest of our commission would be on board with doing that too.
thoughts on looking into it, expanding from just the salt? At least looking into it.
We should look into it. I think we should. We should look to see how it affects, because, you know, the buildings are four-sided. They face streets and, you know, other properties and things like that. My personal opinion, thinking on it right now, is I don't think it would hurt to take a look at it and see what the effect may be. Again, as Terry said very specifically, it is an education process. And so, you know, you can have communities develop without districts because they choose to develop that way. You get the ownership together, and you might not be able to even need a document. It just happens organically and naturally. So maybe we try that one first.
Well, and the facade grant, the last board not only lowered the amount that the town budgeted for that, but then also changed it to just commercial. Is that, if I remember correctly, it used to involve residents. So what is there any input on that, Terry? Do you think it's okay, the amount and the fact that it's just commercial right now, or do you see that a need for more funding or including residential again?
I personally think I would love to see it go back to the program that we had before. And I know that there is a list. Madison and I worked on it together with all of the buildings that have benefited from the facade grant program. And it's churches. I know my church applied to have the windows repaired. And they're the original windows, and they're much better than if you replaced it with a vinyl or some kind of vinyl clad wood window now, because it's old growth wood. But anyway, I just think that that's something to, sorry about my bird clock. Something that we should take advantage of. And if we do, go back and look at the facade grant program, that's something we could bring up, and y'all can make this final decision on how you want to handle it.
And I will say from staff level, we've had some inquiries before about residential properties that are interested in doing some kind of exterior renovation or, you know, bringing it back to life. And we have to say, no, sorry, the facade grant is no longer applicable to residential homes. And so I think 2018, 2019 fiscal year, I think majority of the facade grants were residential for homes where people were fixing rotted wood, replacing windows or repairing windows. So I think there's very much so an interest for residential along with commercial.
Along that line, Madison, you know, kind of going to that thought process is, you know, as you know, it's very, very expensive. I know what some of the renovation costs are going to be on the Nivens building.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're right. I think the cost factor, when you consider that into a renovation, I think the town probably should take a look at. It's a natural, organic way to preserve some of these properties if we can somehow facilitate keeping them in the condition that they are by upkeep. So I think that I would probably want to take a look at. Again, I would ask us to give direction to the town manager to explore that a little bit more, and we bring it up as a board item to see, okay, you know, Madison, you know, report back to us, let us know the ins and outs of having, you know, the residential component be integrated back into it. And then us having to make a financial commitment to be able to place that money in there, which again, here we go again, back to our financial ability to do good things like this.
I know Ann has a couple of questions, but my thoughts would be is that maybe that as far as the looking at the policy side of it, as far as what it covers, we could ask that with the historic preservation and planning staff to look into and to see how we might update that. And of course, on the budgetary side, that'd be something that we'd have to look at, I guess, as our revenue figures come in and see how that could play into there. But it would be helpful, I guess, to know what the board's kind of immediate thought would be as far as trying to up that so that we can keep that in consideration to try to make the numbers work if we can. I would say if you added, my initial thoughts would be is if you added not only the additional area to it policy wise, I mean, you're going to need more money then because you're covering more sides of the building. And then of course, if you add other to that equation too, then that would obviously up the cost. I mean, I would.
You'd still be capped financially though, any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I mean, you could put those limits on there per property, things like that, but you would have more people theoretically that would be applying.
Eligible.
Yeah, and eligible. So my initial thought in my head, just off the top of my head, is you probably want to at least double it. And at least the first year and see, maybe that's enough, maybe that's nowhere near enough. But we can make those decisions as we move along.
What about
and see.
Leslie? Is she able to tap anything that might help this, or is this something separate?
I don't know. I mean, we can ask if that's a possibility.
I wonder if it would require the property to become a landmark or something like that.
We can certainly look into that. And
Well,
Yes.
oh, sorry. I was just going to point out that they do have to follow the landmark guidelines to be able to, get the facade grant money. The first year we did it, we only had, I think, $7,000 in the program. And the only building that applied for that money was like where that barbecue place is right next to Maxwell's. That building, the bookstore used to be there. That's why I know about this, because we applied for the money to have our building painted. And just every year, more and more people started doing more. And I think some of the commissioners might be interested in seeing who had actually benefited from the facade grant program. And we do have, it was $50,000 before it was cut back by the previous board. But, I lost my train of thought. We do have a thing, if we have more people apply, that we use to give priority, like first priority goes to a commercial building on Main Street. And it's a numbered priority that we would go through. And when they apply for the facade grants, it's for each side. In other words, if you were doing the whole building, you'd have to turn in 4 grants. So that way we tried to make the money go as far as it would go and help the most people. So the most residences would be further down on the list. So if any commercial buildings didn't apply, then we could at least help some of the residences. I mean, that's how it worked before. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out in case you weren't familiar with how the program worked.
Question. All right, louder.
So I have two things. Is the facade grant, and I know there's criteria they have to meet for the historic preservation in order for that to be administered. And I think if we're discussing about 4 sides of a building, I think specifically if we look at our downtown properties, we actually have a couple properties that have almost like a patio that is adjacent to the main street. We have one at the corner next to the women's club there where they moved to the barbecue place. And then we also have where the bookstore used to be, or I think the bookstore currently is. And so if we're talking about maintaining that historic character and charm, is that something that we want to consider to enhance some of that if somebody wants to make those improvements where it is part of a storefront, even though it's set back. So I just wanted to bring that up for consideration. And the other piece is, especially to consider that, we're going to consider all four sides. So I think that's kind of the face of that particular property. The other piece is the residential. I'm not opposed to having grant or facade grant money for residential. My concern is that I wouldn't want a homeowner to say, I'm using it for a home improvement project, that, hey, I'm saving my money because I need a new roof and I'm going to go to the town because I need a new roof replaced. So I just want to make sure that we would put some sort of safeguards in there so that people are doing it for the right reason, just not because they need new windows or new roof or new landscaping or home improvement project, that it's really being asked for the right reasons. And so that would be my concern, and how we would go about doing that. You know, I'm open to hear suggestions and discuss it.
Yeah, so I can speak to the residential homes that they come in for, you know, they say they want to do a new roof. So we restrict it specifically to the facade itself. So a roof wouldn't be eligible. You know, maybe even like some foundation work may not be eligible, but it would be strictly for the facade itself. So people have come to us and wanted to do some interior upfitting and do things that are maybe not historically appropriate, and we tell them no and have them take it off. So our design guidelines kind of speak to that, specific to you know, the concern of, hey, I need a new roof, let me have the town pay for half of it. So we do kind of cover some of that.
Or even as an example, I know Ms. Settles did mention about how somebody put vinyl siding with their historic home. What if that person then wanted to come and say, hey, I don't want vinyl siding, I want to restore it back to its original thing, and say, I'm going to use this apply for facade grant. Not that I wouldn't support that because they want to restore something, but I just want to make sure that, you know, if we're awarding that, it's going to be for the right reason. So I'd like to have some checks and balances in place to safeguard against that. And learn more about what we could, you know, doesn't necessarily have to be a point scoring system, but, you know, open to suggestions, seeing what we can come up with and how that would work.
We're referring to like a check and balance to make sure that we're not spending money inappropriately.
Well, I think to ask too, I mean, again, I'm using like a roof, even though that may not qualify, but let's say I'm saying I live down in the store here, but I need new windows, or I want to move, I'm going to save my money, and then, you know, go to town and apply for grant to offset that. I mean, if it's done for the right reason, I want to just, I guess I want to make sure that with some checks and balances in that.
So I don't know if you have a home that's got a specific type of shingle roof that dates back to whichever era.
Right.
I don't know.
And again, I'm not opposed to that.
Right. But a check and balance to
Yes.
make sure that it is for something much more historic in nature than just a home improvement project.
Correct. Yeah.
I agree.
But there again, we don't cover roofs at all.
No, I'm just using it as an
Okay.
example.
Okay.
I was trying to think something.
Well, I think it's a good point by the commissioners, not only a check and balance, that's kind of a
Right.
no-brainer, but, you know, they're right, in some cases, you may have to look at something you're looking to preserve.
Right.
Okay, that's the idea. And sometimes it might be a roof
Right.
that's necessary, that's an integral part that attaches to a parapet wall or something like that, that again, we don't want to lose the character of that building. And so I think, you know, I think what you're hearing from all of us right now, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're hearing from us right now is that we're open now to start to look at a program that might address it. All right.
So the direction that I'm hearing then for staff to look into is to look at it on the policy side through the advisory board and planning staff. And then also look at it as a priority if budgetarily, if that's a word, feasible to increase that based on how we would change the policy. That
Fair enough.
sound good?
Yeah, okay. Well, Jeff, the only thing I was going to say was, I mean, obviously, I would love to see the overlay district done and get public input on that. But if there's no other support from the commissioners on that, what I would like to see is us doing all that we can outside of that to maintain the historic look downtown. And so I do think the facade grant is a good idea, as well as doing whatever we can in the new LDC to protect the area. So if, as Ron was talking about the architectural standards, I just want to make sure that we're adding to that, whatever we need to do.
And we have, so for our architectural standards, so we can regulate the appearance of single-family homes in the National Historic District. And so we've added additional requirements to make sure it's more coherent or more consistent with the area. So you don't have a home looks like it's from Millbridge in the middle of downtown. So we've added that because in our current UDO, it doesn't really reflect the character of the downtown. So we've taken some strides to do that, to make it more consistent. But
Comment?
Yeah, I think that, the only thing I was gonna say was that I think Matt's already done a lot of design work. And he's got a process in place, it sounds like, so maybe we collaboratively work with him to incorporate some of that into what we're planning for the.
We need to revisit all of it, take a peek at it and see what we can apply, what we can't, and what works. And again, organically, if we choose to do something like this, we can start to allocate financial resources to it, because usually what happens in a historic district or an area that we think we'd like to remain or preserve its character, is it gets dilapidated and the repair costs are too high. And if the owner cannot make those repair costs, then the property takes off in another direction, gets sold, demolished, whatever. So I think organically we can probably achieve some of our goals with this consideration. I'm going to recommend, my 2 cents to the board is to take a look at it. And Madison and Terry, actually, you guys are going to play an integral part in the contribution to the dialogue.
I think for me, I think we all want to keep the historic character and charm of downtown. I think we all have the same goal. I think we're just trying to determine what's the best way to do it. I'm not necessarily a proponent of putting an overlay district. I'd be willing to consider it. I would really, going back to the mayor's point, prefer something that happens more organically, or if we incentivize it by the facade grant. I don't think I necessarily want to support putting strict design codes or elements, necessarily making changes for LDC, but I think working together with our boards and as us as a commissioners to try to, what's the best solution to achieve this goal? I mean, and I think we need to really explore that topic more, and instead of just trying to get something in right now, I think that would be the wrong thing, though. Exploring, collaborating, really coming together. How do we achieve this goal? And getting maybe some of the citizens' input down in that area as well, and saying, we want to preserve this. What suggestions do you think we have? Maybe we need to have a little focus group or something like that to come up with some recommendations. I mean, because we all love downtown. That's going to be vibrant. That's who we are, and that's part of our fabric. It's a great story. It's a great selling point, and I don't think any of us want to change that. But if we can enhance it somehow and work together to find out what's the solution to do that.
Madison, I think you have another committee.
If I can add to what Commissioner Simpson said, and Tracy, it's not, I don't think that it's that you're the only one speaking on this, or you don't have support. I actually approached Terry, and I spoke to you also with regard to the overlay. It's just from what I heard from Terry today, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of support. So what I think is we should do is, as Mayor Kappa said, that let's revisit this, let's talk this through. I haven't had a full-on conversation with Terry to know what we can do, what we can't do, and what she really feels in her conversations is possible. Because if folks just don't want it, and we're going to run into the same roadblocks, then we have to figure out how best to manage that. I think the facade grind is a great way to start. And I think if once we revisit this, we're all in the same sheet of music. Again, what we can do. I think we're going to we're probably going to come out with a much better vehicle to get us to where we want to be. But I do support having something that protects the look, feel, and charm. How we get there might not be an overlay, but it might be. We just have to make sure that we're not painting ourselves into a corner and respecting property owners' rights.
And if I could make one more comment about the overlay, it may work better. There are pockets that are more for it. I think right now, I think King Street might be one place where we could do just one area just to start and let people see how it works. I mean, if they're willing to do that. I would love for North Providence Street to also do it, but it's hard to say if I could get enough support on this street. I think we're about 50-50. And I'm not sure about the other areas, but I am familiar with those two. And that may be a way to, dip your toe in. I don't know. It's just the idea, something else to look at without doing the whole area as the commissioners before tried to do.
Step at a time.
Okay, so that's the direction we move in then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. So it looks like lunch has arrived. So I guess the decision point here, you want to go ahead and take our lunch break and then pick back up with the LBC?
Get it while it's hot.
Get it while it's hot. Okay, Madison and Blair, is that okay by you guys to say maybe we pick back up at noon?
It's perfect.
Noon or a little after, how long, what time it is?
It's 11:15.
11:15, so noon. I guess.
Noon. All right, so we'll do LBC. We'll start with the LBC review at noon. There's Blair. We can't start it without Blair.
Jerry, thank you very much for your.
You have my
You're
permission.
welcome.
And we'll rely on you heavily to come in and, obviously you say it's your opinion, but we value that. So we'd like to have you be in that. And again, like I said, Madison will probably pick up another committee to look at. So.
Congratulations.
Love you, Madison.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you,
we will see everybody back online then at noon. Thank you and see you then.
Thanks, everybody.
Done.
Thanks.
I like that.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. So we have one more session for our policy side before we go into the summary wrap up. And we have, I see one of our senior planners, and hopefully our other one will pop on the screen very shortly. But we have Mr. Blair Israel, and then also Madison Miller. There he's coming up now.
Here I am.
There he is.
They will be here to provide you a presentation on where we're at with the land development code, the code that you received in your packet with the highlights. And these were based on the discussions that we had through all, I believe it was 8 or 9 review work sessions. And so they are going to go through PowerPoint wise and explain those, and then a couple of other tweaks and updates that we've gone along the way. They'll do the heavy lifting for the text of the code, while I'll chime in when we get to that point on the zoning map and show you around on that and the edits that we've made there. And this has been quite a journey. It's been a very gratifying journey. And so where we'd be at is depending on the board's comfort level today and what the results are after the review. The next steps, I guess, number one would be going into adoption mode and having the public hearing and then the subsequent adoption. We've had our attorney check our public hearing ads and requirements and things like that we'd have to do, and we've got those ready to go when we need to. Or of course, if there's still some more review or tweaks to be made, then we would continue to do that for as long as we would need to do that. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Blair. I believe, Blair, are you up first or is Madison up first?
Actually, Madison's up first. He's got stuff.
Okay, great. Well, Madison, then it's you.
Thank you again, Jeff, and I guess now good afternoon, everybody. Like I said, it's such a pleasure to be here in front of you guys, and so Blair and I will be taking separate chapters, and so might do a little trading off during the presentation, and like Jeff said, he may chime in as well. So the land development code structure, we have become very familiar and loving of this new land development code. So we have the 13 chapters listed here, and we have consolidated that once again from the UDO of 21 chapters. And so we will go through it. The structure of the presentation, we'll have one slide typically for the overview of the chapter, and then the next slide will go over the changes that we've made as Jeff kind of touched on. So chapter 1, the general provisions, this establishes the authority, purpose, and intent of the new land development code. It talks about the implementation and the consistency with current and future plans. It now repeals the UDO and explains the vested rights. So a lot of this is probably familiar. So we'll probably focus heavily on the changes that we've made per your guidance. So significant updates for chapter 1. We've added in with the payment in lieu. When payment in lieu is accepted when a partnership organization has already committed funds to the project. So this example of this would be with the preserve for some of their transportation improvements. Section 1.17, water and sewer regulations. We have added that, along with them requiring to be connected to public water and sewer system, they will be responsible for extending water and sewer from existing utilities. And then special circumstances will be given to individual lots when they may have septic. And a new section we've added is for the repeal of existing UDO. And so it talks about new developments coming in must meet the requirements of the new LDC. And so it talks about development proposals under current review must be completed by July 31st. And then we want the LDC to be in full effect by August 1st of this year.
Hey, Madison,
Yes, Ann.
just a question, what about if somebody, I know here it says it has to be completed, the review process by the July, but what if somebody came in and they're in that process but wanted to change the LDC, would they be able to change?
They would be. Yeah.
They could apply for a text amendment to change the LDC.
So they're not beholden to the UDO, what, if they started in that, they could, if they chose to change over to the LDC?
Yeah, you mean change to LDC requirements, not change the LDC itself.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So chapter 2, administrative agencies. This kind of outlines the future planning and inspections department, the engineering department, the roles of you guys, the Board of Adjustment, historic preservation, and then it outlines the roles of the zoning administrator, floodplain administrator, and then other key roles that are at stake with the town. And the big significant update here is writing or making it more consistent with general statutes of the HBC's authorized powers. And so this has been added verbatim from the general statute. And you can see the language we had added here. A lot of this is the same, but we've just made it consistent throughout.
Jeff, you just need to add that, the consent.
That would be in chapter 12.
Oh, okay.
It will be. Yep. Coasting right along. Chapter 3, the administration and enforcement. This really defines the types of decisions. So the administrative decisions at staff level for like a zoning use permit, legislative decisions. These are decisions by the Board of Commissioners for general rezonings, CD conditional rezonings, and then quasi-judicial for special use permits or variances heard by the Board of Adjustment. And so it outlines all the different processes for planning purposes, for construction document review, for final plat review, and much more. So significant updates. We have specifically listed permit types from zoning all the way to floodplain. So this could be zoning permits would be a home occupation or sign permits to stormwater erosion control permits that we would require. And so for section 3.31, we are adding that HOAs will be notified as well for advertisement purposes. And summaries of these meetings shall include potential site plan revisions based on meeting results for neighborhood meetings. So section 3.3 here talks about the HOA. And then section 3.8.6, it lists out the elements of a notice of violation. So it talks about the specific violation, pictures to be included, listing out more specifics if there is a code violation that code enforcement will handle. And then Blair and his mastery of charts, he has added all these charts here for processes and procedures, procedures for zoning map and zoning text amendments. Pretty much every procedure in our ordinance, he has created a figure or a chart for now.
And Madison, if I could just jump in a moment to talk about the noticing requirements and expound on that a little bit. As we added owners and occupants. So, well, and the neighborhood HOA as was suggested previously. So how this works is above and beyond what the state requirements are. As the state requirements are just adjoining property owners. So the 300 feet is above and beyond what the state requirements are. And we're going above and beyond that as well with identifying the occupants of the property, because when you send a first class notice, you're only required to send it to the owner of the property. And technically the owner could be anywhere across the state, in an entirely different state. So what we're proposing is to send one to the occupant if they are different, which sometimes they are, most of the times not, but sometimes they are, and the owner of the property, as well as the homeowners association that would be associated either within that development or nearby that development. So, and you know, that could wind up including a handful of more property owners if you're dealing with houses, or I mean, theoretically, if you had something that needed to be rezoned that Ardmore was within that noticing, then we would send a notice to everybody that lives in that apartment. So that's what that would cover. So really, if you're a renter or if you're an owner, as well as the HOA and 300 feet, which all of those requirements are above and beyond what state statute requires. So go right ahead, Madison.
Yep, thank you, Jeff. Chapter 4, zoning districts, dimensional requirements, and general regulations. So this establishes and defines all of our new 8 zoning districts, including the conditional zoning district option. Talks about our mobile home overlay and corridor overlay. Talks about dimensional standards for lots, and then houses all of our table of uses and general use regulations that follow. So significant updates here. District description pages have been updated to be more clear and consistent. Dimensional requirement tables have been corrected and improved. Specific to the general use regulations, tables for accessory uses and temporary uses have been refined. Specific to accessory dwellings, additional parking can be determined by the zoning administrator. I know the topic of fences came up, so fences shall be oriented with the finished side outward. Food trucks and temporary uses, they're now, the max special event time allowed has reduced from 90 days to 60 days. And then the special use permitting process has been referenced at the table of permitted uses for ease of access and information. Furthermore, crematories have been moved to funeral homes. This is more specific to use tables, let me clarify. As part of the civic organizations, veteran organization has been added to that. Medical offices, not specific to urgent care, are allowed in our Main Street district. Restaurants are now permitted by special use in our employment center. Dormitories are classified as accessory use. We have separated out, after our discussion, plant retail businesses from more of your large scale nursery or tree production facilities. Driving ranges have been distinguished from golf courses in order to be permitted in our corridor commercial and employment center. Vending machines are permitted in our town center, neighborhood center, corridor commercial and employment centers. Electronic gaming is now a special use in our corridor commercial. And then we've even added casinos as a special use in our corridor commercial and employment center. Special requirements for certain uses. For bed and breakfast, I know this is specific to Tracy. Non-guests are permitted to dine within a bed and breakfast. And then cottage homes, dwellings may have frontage onto common open space or a courtyard. I'll pause a second if there's any questions on this, because I know this was a good discussion we had with the board.
I'd like to remind everyone too, that every one of these changes that we're going through, you've received a copy of the draft LDC that has everything highlighted. So if we want to look at more specifically what the change was, we know this is kind of a quick overview, but if you want to look at the actual wording, it's just a matter of turning those pages and we can help you find it. So just, that's another way that you have this information.
Blair,
Yes, yes.
the, on page 76 under accessory uses, accessory structure and dormitory, you need to highlight the box in orange. For the yes.
I don't have that page in front of me. Could you tell me the page number again? And
Page 76, chapter 4, in the special, in the table under accessory uses,
okay,
there's two boxes that need to be highlighted green, orange. They're plain.
yeah, I should pull up the PDF so I can be looking at it as we're talking about this. I'll do that. Thank you, Ann.
I have one other typo, but that's a little bit further on.
Oh, I know there's more coming.
Well, I haven't scoured it that in depth yet.
That's fine.
Thank you, Blair. And our proposed zoning map. This is our latest and greatest version with specific updates that we discussed, especially with, I know there was one specific parcel we changed to neighborhood center along 16. I think, Jeff, you wanted to step in at this point. If you wanted to further elaborate on anything.
Yeah, thank you, Madison. I'll go over the changes that we made. And two I'll point out is you'll see where the mill is here. And we originally had that. Yeah, if you could put your cursor down there for Tracy, that would be great. We changed that area to employment center.
I guess here, bigger picture.
The area that is not Emmett's or the flower shop and everything behind there, so that those apartments would be a conforming use there. We went ahead and decided to make that change, and with the property that's adjacent to it, we made that as well. And up Madison, up on 16, the neighborhood center change that also was Tracy's suggestion there on that 12-acre piece of property at the intersection of Sunset Hill, right there at the base of Curitan. We made that change to neighborhood center as well. We also, if you move the cursor down to just below the Horton property and just west of the Providence School there, we did some alterations there from R3 to R4 for a couple of vacant pieces of property there. That was by request, and we found that made sense down there in that area. And then I would pay attention to the property that we own at the intersection of Kensington and Waxhaw Marvin Road. We had zoned that neighborhood center, but as this has began to evolve here into being more of our town campus, I think it would be better if we zoned that employment center, because otherwise we're going to have to give ourselves a special use permit to locate there for that much square footage. So that's why we made that change there. And guys, do you remember if I'm forgetting anything?
Hey, Jeff.
Yes, Tracy.
Well, I was just wondering, and I don't know if it's too late for this, but as some of these discussions have gone on through the retreat and looking at the map, we have so much of the yellow on this map. And actually, if you take the area in white, that's, county property that just passed that large development, and then we're going to have down on off of 75, there's going to be a large development. There's a lot of yellow. And so I would love to see any place that we could add some brown. And so one suggestion would be where the Belshire development is going down there off Helms Road. I don't know if anybody's open to possibly making that more of a neighborhood center, or if there's any place else anybody can think of, just places that haven't been developed yet that we might be open to that.
Well, and that's a good thing to talk about for a moment, Tracy, and maybe while the rest of the board members are thinking about that, that's a good time for me to chime in and kind of follow up on what Chris Platay has been telling us. And just as a reminder, you see off of Waxhaw Parkway, there's a lot of purple right there, Employment Center. And then if you head down Waxhaw Parkway to NC 75, there's also a large chunk of Employment Center. That is our reserved area. And of course, you see the other smaller areas off of 16 that also are Employment Center. We are reserving those for economic development, at least as the use that people would be entitled to do there. So do I think that all 600 acres or whatever of that would necessarily become Employment Center off of Waxhaw Parkway? No. Could it with the zoning? Yes, but it probably won't. But what that would force somebody to do is to master plan the area. And if they want to do something that is some kind of mixed use, adds residential to it, they would have to come back to us with some kind of conditional zoning request. And then the same would apply for the large Pittenger track here, where they would have the front of that, they would have it entitlement to Employment Center zoning. And then the back of it would be zoned R1, or 1 unit per acre, which we're trying to preserve that. And also with requiring water and sewer hookups, somebody couldn't just come in there and do 1 acre subdivision with septic tanks. I mean, they would have to come get an approval through the town, and it would make very much good sense to master plan that entire 1,200 acres at some time and come back for board approval. You'll see, I guess you can't see real well on this map, but there's little numbers in some of these spots where we have the few examples where we have a split zoning on a piece of property, and we are delineating what the distance is there in the property for where that zoning line is. So, we're trying, particularly on these larger parcels, to encourage more master planning of a site. So that's really the idea. And if somebody wants to locate a research and development facility right here, right now, that would be great. But more than likely, based on the market conditions as we know them here, that you're going to have people that are going to still want to do residential. And that's okay as long as they do that in some kind of master plan where they're giving us something more than that, I think, that we would consider to be able to help to continue to reverse our percentages, as we seem to be ever successfully, but ever so slowly, as we're now at 89%, but we're starting to work back that way. Now with the neighborhood center, we've tried to be pretty strategic about that, and think that we have done that. But we certainly are big proponents of that as a mixed use district, and we did shift the neighborhood center that was originally more located on the south of the Howie property, but we shifted that west with the main idea to try to encourage something to happen with the Waxhaw Parkway West. That was the main reason there, to give developers more opportunity and more incentive to help and participate in that getting done. Meaning that, that's a mixed use district, so there'd be more options there more opportunity for a developer to get a yield where it would make, more sense to be able to put that infrastructure in, or at least part of it to help solve that problem that we need to get solved. So,
Well, I was just gonna say, so for the Belshire development, from my understanding that that's split right now, like part of it's neighborhood center and part of it is I think it's R3. And I'm just wondering, possibly making since that's all one parcel development, should we be making that all neighborhood center? Or I just know that they've had the discussions I've had with them on some plans that they would like to do, including cottage homes and mixed use. It would make sense for them to just have that entire parcel be neighborhood center.
it is split right now. We put that split, I probably can't read whatever that distance is, but that's split there at the front. But we are open to that discussion depending on the temperature of the board.
I agree with that. I was in the 2x2 with Tracy, and that particular issue was covered. And even you and I had conversations a while ago with expansion of these spots for commercial growth. And that's actually a classic example where that corner, and even up to a point, Kensington and Waxhaw Marlboro, that has since changed. But that's specifically what I think we're trying to get at, is that there's certain areas that would lend to the expansion of what a neighborhood center is, where you can just go to the corner store as opposed to driving all the way up to wherever it is you're going to go get, gallon milk or whatever. I think that's what we're looking at. So I'm for that parcel being one as opposed to two, where they're going to have issues and going back and forth with different zones.
Okay.
Which one would give them the most flexibility to make where they're in game?
So from what I understand, from what they've come to us before, it's been that their large parcel, which is the 30-acre parcel, which is on the east side of Helms. And then they also have the number of parcels on the west side of Helms, smaller parcels, probably half-acre or so lots all the way down the street there. And then there is a kind of an odd shaped, I believe that's another 10 or so acre tract that actually goes up into the back of Millbridge there. I don't think a lot of that parcel is very usable. I think really the only part of it that's usable is the front area of that. And I don't think a whole lot of the front of that either. So I think that's the overall scope of what they have looked at.
Again, we're just looking at a zoning issue, not an application of any eventual product there. So which one, I'm looking at the ownership of the property. So the ownership or the option E on the property. If they're asking for us to make that change, then the question is, are we good with that change? And I'm hearing from some of you guys now that we're okay with making that change.
Be pre-zoning that area for neighborhood center.
Well, it sounds like from what Tracy was describing that, can we, instead of just having the orange, which is strictly R4 residential, that if we put in a neighborhood center, it would be encouraging some more mixed use or some commercial as opposed to just strictly residential.
So what you'd get, the difference would be R4 is single family detached, single family attached, and you can do cottage homes in that district. What neighborhood center allows you to do though is it allows you to do retail and office as part of that with limited square footage, but also single family attached, cottage homes, a whole option list of of residential types there. It gives you that.
Right, but the R4 would not give you that option to diversify that property and being able to put some sort of commercial or retail to it.
That's correct, except for what we've got on the front there. But if you put all of that there, then they would have more flexibility there to do something more with their mixed use.
Well, I think too is, I mean, if you drive down Helms Road as you get towards 75, I mean, it is kind of industrial. I think there's a garage or some other parcels there that aren't necessarily. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think that, and we also, I think, had a presentation of the from NCDOT rail, so, you know, who may want to live next door to that, if we given, to diversify the tax base by giving them an option to put something other than houses there, I think that would be.
Guess what? Well, I was just gonna say, so I think where the roundabout is planned by NCDOT, they're talking about putting, you know, a mixed use on those corners. And see, they weren't able to do that. I think is it R4? It's hard for me to see the map on my laptop, but
Can
Well,
we
they
zoom
would be
in
able to
to
do
that
all the
area?
corners.
yeah.
We just didn't put it that deep. I guess that's the difference. Yeah, maybe you could blow it up a little bit.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
That's as far as my Zoom will let it go.
That's good.
If the ownership or the optionee on that property and the optionee has the permission from the owner to make this request, and if we're fine with it, then change it.
I support changing it.
I can forward an email to y'all that shows the what they're proposing, but just so you have an idea.
Well, again, this goes back to even the stuff that we talked about on, you know, near Howie Mine there and Providence. I mean, we want to make sure that we're just addressing a straight zoning thought process rather than somebody's today idea of what might go there.
And that's a good point, because
It is.
could change. But I can get behind, I think it can certainly work as neighborhood center. And what we can do is we can just verify with the folks that are in control of that property that is what they would like to do. And then assuming that is the case, we can make that change.
Very good.
Well, and if that is where, I know you can't see anything on this map, but if that's where the Parkway roundabout is supposed to go, when I, you know, visualize up in Davidson where they have those two roundabouts right off of 77 there, that's what they have on the corners of their roundabouts are the two-story mixed use buildings. So that would make sense to me from a planning perspective, not even considering this property owner, but that does make sense to me.
Well, the way it is zoned now, that would allow for that because of the neighborhood center that's along the Waxhaw Marvin corridor. And, but yeah, there could be an advantage in rezoning the southern part of the property. But what we've tried to do throughout this process is balance the opportunity and the way that, and when we show something zoned as NC, we think that's a good focal point, but we always have to weigh, you know, the market and what we think is likely from a market perspective as to how large we can make it. So we've tried to keep these, we've tried to keep these within those bounds of market probability.
But I'll tell you, I mean, you're speaking a planner's language, because you're not going to find too many planners that would ever argue with having more opportunity for good mixed use development. So, I mean, I think that that's a great thing. So we will make that adjustment.
Very good.
Okay.
Great input.
Yeah. That covers the zoning map changes. So Madison, you want to?
Can I just ask for some clarification though? When we're talking about rezoning that the southern large parcel, are we also talking about the other R4 area to the west of Helms?
Yes,
Yes.
All of it?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, the entire parcel that they own is what they want to be mixed use.
Again, I would want clarification and verification of their, we'll call it rights to do that.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and, like I said, I'm going to forward all of y'all the email right now.
Right. But if that is the request by that landowner group, then I'm hearing that we have consensus from this board to go ahead and make that adjustment.
We'll pursue that verification.
Okay, thank you.
Pedro?
Just a quick question with Employment Center, because we were talking about the housing within the purple areas. It reads, single-family attached and multi-family housing developments. I think we had a conversation of, I guess, defining what multi-family housing developments were. Shall be allowed only as part of conditional mixed use, so they would have to ask for it. Exclusive housing developments. Is that standalone from any other business or any other use?
Exclusive would be yes. I mean, picture like Ardmore, where the only proposal is just apartments.
Correct. So, and I'm assuming that that's kind of what they're talking about here. Will not be considered until non-residential uses are well established. So I just kind of wanted to get a better picture of a definition or clarification of non-residential uses are well established in the employment center. So somebody's got to build a big research center, a big something to that effect, before any kind of multifamily structure is considered.
If it's an exclusive multifamily, if it's part of some type of a mixed use conditional zoning request, we would consider that. So if you had say 100-acre parcel that somebody master planned and they had, say, 40% of it as some type of employment center use and say 30% of it is residential and then 30% open space, we would consider that. But if somebody wanted to submit to us a request that just had 350 apartment units and that's it, then we would not.
So what you're saying is, we'll use an apartment complex. If they wanted that, it would have to be in conjunction with something commercial or employment type activity, just not a standalone apartment complex. We would not consider just a standalone apartment complex unless it was joined with some other economic.
Yes. Now, until it is well established, the employment center in the area, and we didn't quantify that per se, but I mean, I think that's fairly, I think that's fairly obvious though. And I mean, if it, to me anyway, I guess in this process that I don't know if we need to quantify it, because I don't know if I know what really would be the right number, but I kind of feel like we would know when it might be the right time to consider those exclusive requests, and they're certainly not anywhere soon. But I know that more than likely, as I said before, that whole area off of Waxhaw Parkway is not going to be an employment center. But what we don't want to have done is people make the request for what probably already the market is private market would say they'd want to do in some of these places is that type of use. But we want something more out of that area than just apartments.
Right.
Now, I mean, the manager side of me really did like that I saw Ardmore Apartments as our number 2 top taxpayer now. But, you know, I also understand that, you know, that's not a use that I think makes sense land use wise right now, unless it's part of a mixed use type development there. And then I think we can make the decision down the line as to when we might think it is appropriate to start considering those as exclusive requests if we ever want to do that.
Right, you know, I hear Commissioner Pedro's concern, because I don't think we just want standalone apartment complexes, but I think too, where we haven't really had something, such a big area of land, sort of master plan, where that would be incorporated as part of their master plan. You know, I'd like to probably allow that consideration at the time that request came in, because yes, no, wouldn't want just a standalone apartment complex. I think it's clear that.
Or as an afterthought where. you
Right,
build
but
something
I
small
think having the capability of being able to see maybe what the master plan would look like, to allow that next board or people to have that flexibility to say, okay, this makes sense to have there, almost similar to like us looking at the zoning down here. It's, you know, we want to be able to keep the commercial base, you know, increasing. So
Sure, no,
I just,
I get that part. Again, I just wanted a little bit more
Yeah.
clarification as to what the threshold would be and how we're gonna go about in the future.
yeah, I don't think that's been really sort of determined yet. I think we might need to wait till we get there to kind of work through that.
And one other thing I'll say too, and this also is kind of a follow-up to what we were talking about yesterday with Chris Platay, and something that Tracy brought up about a big box retail. You see where our red or commercial corridor zoning is, and a lot of these properties are already built on. There are a couple of exceptions to that right here, mainly on the east side of 16. There's a couple of large tracts, one that just got rezoned not that long ago called South Creek, and then the property to the south of it that's for sale. I believe it's the Deeps property. It's a 33-acre tract of land with some floodplain, and then of course you have some Prescott Village here that's still left undeveloped. The tract that we own behind the Harris Teeter, the 16-acre tract, those really are the larger pieces that are left for where you could have big box retail in our code now. That's about it. You can't have that large of a box in neighborhood center, and you can't have that in an employment center as a use. So, you know, I think we're covering our bases. You know, Chris Platay, he's been familiar with our process from day one, and you know, we really tried to listen to that. Number one, with our own conclusions that we've made, we think that they align quite well. So we're very pleased with that.
By the way, I just checked and it looks like Chris Hansen emailed the entire board and Jeff and Blair a couple hours ago about that. So you should have the details on that.
Any other questions about zoning map? No? Okay, Madison, you want to continue on?
I will, yeah, no, that was a good discussion. Chapter 5 is our subdivision regulations. So it establishes the procedures and standards for our subdivisions. It outlines the different review types, whether it's an exempt subdivision, minor or major subdivision. Talks about the final plat procedure. And then it talks about the lot design standards for these subdivisions. So Blair had added a construction document plan review process chart, a final plat review procedure chart. The final plat review procedure, he includes the explanation of financial guarantees, such as bonds or irrevocable letter of credit. It talks about section 5.13, the improvements as far as safety concerns for unattended construction sites. So all construction sites shall be kept in a manner that is reasonably safe. If work ceases or is expected to cease for a period of 90 days or more, the site shall be made reasonably safe and secure. Section 5.16, improvement guarantees and partial releases. It adds specific language about bonds and securities. Talks about the submittal of the cost estimate for improvements. Talks about it being automatically renewed until the improvements are accepted by the town. And then finally, how the applicant can request the final release of these improvements. I think that was it for chapter 5. So chapter 6, we get into design standards, and I'll let the wonderful Blair Israel take over.
Thank you, Madison. I appreciate being here as well, even in the coveted post-lunch session. But I hope I think everybody's alert and awake and excited, so we'll just continue on. The design standards, I think this was a real pleasure to write in the context of the LDC overall, because I think it really allows us to capture and express the goals that were expressed, that we found in our public input sessions. The chapter starts off with talking about purpose and scope, and what that purpose is basically the goals of the standards, and they are right in line with or derived from the things that we heard in public input that were, I think, obvious to everyone. They have to do with the character of the town, the pedestrian scale of the developments of the buildings, a diversity in housing that's needed, and a lot about economic development. So these standards, we believe, will help in accomplishing those goals for the town. So there's general principles, there's general architectural standards. Principles are more about the site, more about the groupings of buildings as a whole, and general architectural standards are more about particular buildings. And then you see in the sections, the latter 4 bullet points, those are the levels of design that we use, the standards by development type, we call it, which you can see over in the bottom right corner. And we'll go into those more as we move along. But the general architectural standards have to do with, as you can see, style, the compatibility of buildings to one another, scale and siting and orientation, and that kind of thing. So let's go on to the changes, though, that were made in the next slide. In our conversations with the board, those were very helpful, and I want to point out all that we captured from that. As you can see, the first section about siting and orientation, that new construction is to be oriented to the street unless otherwise specified. We included the figure of design standard levels because so much hinged on that, and we wanted it to be clear what each one referred to. So as you can see, we have the civic landmark, has to do with the prominent public buildings and also semi-public buildings and even private buildings that are prominent, such as hospitals, or we have here nonprofit organizations. It could be a number of things. And these are arranged in order of sort of the most intense to the least intense, or the most thorough in the design standards, most restrictive, some might say, but it's just spelled out more about the details. So under civic and landmark, most development in the town, I mean, excluding individual residential homes, would be the commercial, mixed use, and multifamily. And this applies to everything that's in the civic landmark category, but then it adds to it, or rather the civic landmark adds to this, but these rules in the commercial, mixed use, and multifamily cover everything. And then there's just a little bit more for civic and landmark. So as you can see, they apply to that. They apply to the multifamily residential. When single-family homes are in a historic district, that's when they can be regulated. And so this would apply to those and all commercial structures. Moving down to the next one, employment center is a lot of those standards are removed or restrictions are removed in order to facilitate the kind of development that we foresee. And that's the goal of the town to have. So it's all buildings in the employment center district. And but we make a note that when there is a civic landmark building in the EC district, there are some minor additional standards that are required. And then lastly, the residential. These are, we wrote out a number of what we would call recommendations because we can't, the state doesn't give authority to regulate those. Single family and detached dwellings and detached duplexes. However, these standards can be applied when those residences are located within a historic district. So on the one hand, they're recommendations. On the other hand, if it's in a historic district, these are the rules. So getting back to other changes that were made, we have on the left 6.5.4.f, standards for public art and ornamentation. We make reference to the Waxhaw public art policy document as was requested. Let's see, there are another page of updates on that. If you go to the next page. All right, so this gets into some more details, mostly having to do with commercial, mixed use, and multifamily design standards. There's the note about roofs and eaves. Sloped roof overhangs must project in what we say is the change we made is in a manner keeping with the architectural style of the building. Whereas before, I think we had 12 inches or 18 inches or something, I forget, but now it's to keep in line with the architectural standard, which is really what what these design standards tend to do throughout. You know, it's like respect the architectural style that's being used. The next one about roof drainage, the change that we made is that they shall not be directed across walkways, streets, or adjoining properties unless approved, because there may be some cases where that is not detrimental and can be an advantage. And then the note about roll roofing, not permitted on pitched roofs, but would be permitted on flat roofs. And then speaking of roofs, something that was, I think, a hot topic for folks and we wanted to cover and we thought is an exciting thing to look towards because we think that the market will bring in a desire for this. The rooftop patios, what we came up with in the meeting, and we hope we've captured the board's wishes on this, is that it would meet state building standards and use railing and or parapets that are consistent with the architectural style of the building. We felt that even though other concerns were mentioned, those other concerns were covered under other town policies, such as noise and signage and such. And then lastly, well, not lastly, predominant material of facade, we added stone to that. Because we only had brick and decorative block before that. But there are exceptions that can be allowed by the zoning administrator. And now, let's see, in section 6.7 for the employment center design standards, the point was made that we had a restriction on the amount of metal that could be, the amount of the facade that could be metal. And through the board's discussion, what we gathered was that that was too restrictive. It didn't need to be there. And so here's the language as it is now. Avoid all metal public street facing facades, but if utilized in facing the public rights of way, so that means streets, or it could mean greenways. We anticipate that there will be greenways running through the employment centers, and that's actually an attractor for developers or employment companies, you know, where they want to locate workers there. That's one of the things they look for is the quality of life, and greenways are up very high on those lists often. But if it's facing public rights of way, the metal facade should be decoratively color coded and include features that provide visual interest. We felt like that was a broad way of really avoiding what I think people don't like is this big blank metal corrugated or whatever wall of metal. But this is just a general guideline that could be carried out in any number of ways. And we think that the architects and the developers themselves can come up with something that meets this. So that's all I have for chapter 6. Yes.
Blair, a question I have for you is on that last point about the facades and being all metal. What if someone wanted to put something in with a rustic type industrial look? Let's say it was a brewery or a distillery, and they wanted to have like, something maybe with a rustic type of a look with glass and maybe some black metal or wood, or would this prevent them from having that?
I think what you described would be very visually interesting. So features that provide visual interest.
Okay. Well,
I mean, that's how I would interpret it.
Okay, because I know sometimes people may want to have an industrial looking design.
Yes.
That's not, I know you'd want to kind of guard against having like a corrugated building, if you would, versus some sort of like a design element that's going to be a very rustic type structure.
Yeah. So is your comment mostly in response to the fact that we say they should be decoratively color coded?
I think rustic would fall into that category as well.
Yeah.
With the architect, taking those 2 points of decorative color interest, and I think they could create some type of rustic look on the metal, and then have some portion thereof of some type of feature on the facade that certainly could
Well,
qualify.
I'm just thinking, like, let's say if you've ever been to a location that had like a brewery, but it's a very industrial type looking thing.
Yeah.
I mean, but it uses those types of finishes. And so I wouldn't want, if there was a place that we found that would be a good fit, I wouldn't want to make sure that we're not restricting that if it would be a good fit and design for our town.
No, we would not. And in fact, there are some great examples of just those type of breweries in my most recent past professional life, Mills River. I mean, that's what a lot of them are.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that that's not going to limit if somebody wanted to do that.
I don't think this language would limit that at all.
No, and in our use regulations too, specific to, breweries or distilleries, we have in there that we promote the use of like what they use for the distilling process and the brewing process, to have those features are a part of the architectural to really promote that and showcase that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Are there other comments about chapter 6 before we move on? Because chapter 7 follows. Madison, if you could. Thank you. All right, there we go. So this is all about streets, driveways, parking. And we start off with the general street standards. Those are a general criteria that speak again to the goals of what this chapter is about. And I just want to review that just a little bit. These standards are all meant to keep our development of streets, greenways, sidewalks, whatever, in accordance with the adopted plans, to provide adequate vehicular access and pedestrian access and bicycle access, to improve on our connectivity in the town, so that not everybody has to go out to Highway 16 to get anywhere. We're trying to solve that as we can, especially by connecting properties together through stubs. If one property develops and they have to stub to the next property, and then that one develops, and then you have a connection. So those are the kinds of things that we're trying to accomplish through all this. And we recognize too in this, there are competing needs of vehicle travelers and pedestrians and such. And so we wanted to balance those needs and be able to address both as we can. So all of this is designed to do that. And some other details that I want to just go over here that I haven't already mentioned. Our code does require the review of new driveways as part of access management. With parking, refining those standards for new development, parking spaces and bicycle parking requirements, and parking alternatives. So this chapter is all about that. Let's move on to what changes we made. And fortunately, there weren't many. One that stood out was about how finished should new streets be, and the change that we made there had to do with curb, gutter, and sidewalks requirement from one side to both sides of the street. But there are specific conditions that would be looked at if this was ever to be waived, such as if the topo is extremely challenging, or if there's some kind of environmental restrictions, or very low density development residential. There are times when you might just want to have it on one side of the street or whatever, but the default is to have it on both sides of the street. And so the town engineer comes into this decision process as does planning. Section 7.1.5B, payments in lieu, the town or other agency, and I put in here as the main example, NCDOT, but it could be others, has committed funding for the same improvements. And I think we covered that earlier in another way in one of the earlier chapters that Madison went over, but it's mentioned here as well. And then in sections 7.5.3 and 4, we took the tables of the bicycle parking ratios and the vehicular parking ratios and just cleaned them up a bit more, made them stand out better and more legible. And that's it for chapter 7. I guess let's go on to chapter 8. Okay, so here the sections cover just the general purpose and how it applies and requirements. And then yards, in terms of the landscaping requirements for front, side, rear yards. And let's see, parking lots, just again, the requirements for parking lot landscaping, which is very specific. We have buffers and screening, both for the rules for both residential and commercial uses, and the varying buffer classes that we have. We have 4 different buffer classes, which we'll show you in the next slide. Let's see, also we address open space and tree preservation, maintenance and ownership, forestry practices, and our stellar, I believe, approved tree list. It's more detailed than ever before. I think it's going to be very useful. And then this section also includes lighting because of the coordination that needs to occur with when you do landscaping and lighting between those two. But our overarching goals are in this subject is the natural and visual environment. We want to make that as good a quality as we can. And also one of the things that landscaping provides is sort of a mitigating barrier between properties and traffic. We also want to encourage preservations of trees and open space and conserve energy and resources, which lighting has to do a lot with. So that's just the overall. Let's go into some of the specifics about what was changed. We have 2 pages of that. The first, parking lot landscaping, we went into a little more, I think we added some clarity by talking about, we already have a 60-foot rule about parking spaces within 60 feet of a qualifying tree, and we qualified what qualifying tree means. We defined it. We put that in chapter 13 as a tree that meets planting species standards, is at least 2 inches at breast height, and meets current American standard for nursery stock. So that's the kind of tree that you need to use for the 60-foot rule. And we think we've simplified the parking lot landscaping rules from the current UDO a good bit, because a 60-foot rule accomplishes a lot of what our current UDO was trying to do through a number of different layers of rules and calculations that made it, I think, much more difficult to design parking lots. With the 60-foot rule, it kind of takes care of it. There are other rules, of course, but that's the main one that helps somebody lay out a parking lot. Section 8.7, the buffering of non-residential uses. Specifically, there's the table that shows if you have this zone and you have that zone next to each other, what's the buffer that's required between them. And the one that was remarked that needed some beefing up was between the neighborhood center and the R4. And so we added a Class A buffer there. And then the buffer minimum requirements was refined so that it's the number of trees per 100 linear feet. And we came up with a diagram to illustrate that. This diagram is sort of taken out of the code. When you see it on the page where it's listed, you'll see some more explanation given about it, such as that, this is a sort of a random layout of shrubs, and you can certainly use a formal layout. So we make that clear and a number of things more clear, but this diagram just shows you the illustrative part of it. So for these different buffers, you see it goes from the least intense with A and the most intense with D. And then tree preservation, we talk about the method of canopy calculation. We feel that this is a great step forward in encouraging the right kind of development. There were, developers in the past who, when they looked at having to do a tree survey for, multiple acres of land for anything 4 inches and up, that's quite an investment when you don't know for sure that you're going to be able to develop that land. And we felt that it was unnecessary, that what we're really after is the tree canopy, and that can be calculated through a number of methods. And we just say that a method has to be approved by the Union County Urban Forester. We don't want to spell out, you have to use this scientific method or this photometric method or whatever. It's just, if it's a recognized method and the Urban Forester can validate that, we're good with it. So let's go on to the next page, and this has to do all about heritage trees. So getting back to that character of the town and our wanting to reinforce that, and certainly through landscaping, through heritage trees is a major part of it. So, but it was a delicate topic because we don't want to, there's some pitfalls that we wanted to avoid. So let's see how we did it. Now, of course, heritage trees is defined in Chapter 13. We removed the term specimen trees. We didn't feel it was necessary to have that. We're just talking about heritage trees, and these are trees that are 36 inches or larger. And the rules that pertain to them is that we say is they're to be preserved on publicly owned or maintained property, also preserved on privately owned property whenever feasible. So that's, not an outright, you must do it, but you look for ways to do it. And one of the ways that carries that through is that we require that they be identified on when a landscape plan is required. So that wouldn't be for an individual homeowner, but it would be for a larger developer. So once those trees are identified, we certainly want to give some scrutiny to what heritage trees should be preserved and what ones are just, we feel like could be removed for the sake of a better development. But what we do is provide an incentive. Instead of a stick, we provide a carrot. For every heritage tree preserved in new developments, credit shall be applied toward the reduction of required open space at a rate of 5,000 square feet per tree on developments less than 10 acres. But then when it's more than 10 acres, we say 1% of the required open space. So that sort of changes it in accordance to the scale of the development. And reduction of other development standards may also be considered by the zoning administrator. It's a powerful incentive. And so that leaves it to the developer to say, do we really want to cut down this tree? Because look what all we could get instead. And if a particular tree might take away some of their developable area, they can add to that developable area in other ways. So it's a trade-off for them. It gives us a chance to discuss the issues and see what works best for them, for the town, and hopefully save some more heritage trees. But then as a catch-all, the zoning administrator can waive or modify any of these requirements in order to accommodate the preservation of heritage trees. So that's the way we've addressed that. It's short and sweet, and we think will be effective. The other change, the last change to Chapter 8 has to do with adding to our tree species list designation of whether the tree is of exotic origin or native to North Carolina. We actually have 3 different categories, whether it's native to Union County, whether it's native to the state, or whether it's exotic and outside of the state. So you can see when you go into the tree species list, it's one of those 3. And that's all we have for Chapter 8, but are there questions about that? All right, y'all let me off easy. If we go to Chapter 9, I don't really have anything to talk about because we didn't make any changes. Chapter 9 is just state standards that we've consolidated and made it easy to use, particularly for developers. They can see, post-construction stormwater, sedimentation, erosion control, and floodplain administration in this one-stop shop. So no changes made there. The board did not direct us to make any changes there. The only changes we could have made was to make things more restrictive, not less. So let's move on to, well, let's see, Madison, it's tossing the potato to you. It's Chapter 10.
Yep, thank you, Blair. So Chapter 10 is anything and everything about signs. So it's for the erection, the alteration, and then the maintenance of those signs. It is indeed a content neutral sign ordinance to where we focus more on the zoning district as far as the location, the size, the number, and the height, along with the illumination of these signs. So the sign ordinance itself talks about the computation of a sign, what is exempt from our sign regulations, and what is not allowed. It covers specific to historic building and then now Main Street signage. Talks about signs that have been abandoned, non-conforming signs, and then finally the sign illumination standards for everything. So changes, as far as our prohibited signs, we have included pinwheels for historic building, and then the Main Street district signage. We had a good discussion with the board or with you all on this. So we have added that the design and coloration of such signs and their fixtures shall be compatible with the character of the building. So it talks about signs for specific to Main Street district now. They have to be really more compatible with the character of the building and then the area. Section 10.11 for master signage plans required. We have added in an additional regulation here for master sign plans required for any multi-tenant development or multi-building complex, and then for any part of any non-residential construction. So for a commercial center that may come in, they would be required to do a master signage plan for all the different suites, for at the signs located at the road, anything and everything. So one of the bigger discussion parts we had and interest from you was for LED and neon signs. This section is for exposed LED and neon signs. They are to be considered on a limited basis, evaluated against the following criteria. Permitted only in Main Street, Town Center, corridor commercial, and employment center districts, but prohibited if visible within 150 feet of any residential zone. We want to ensure these signs, neon or LED signs, are compatible with other signs of the building using similar colors, fonts, and styles. Colors are to be complementary to the building design. Brighter colors to be avoided. White and clear are preferred, but they're supposed to be designed to enhance the architecture and then also enhance the overall character of the community. And the light is to be static in intensity and colors. So as far as not flashing, not flashing from red to blue to green to white in any sequence. And so we've added this in here to be determined or reviewed by the zoning administrator to make sure that if someone is proposing a neon sign, it's compatible with the business use, it's compatible with the color scheme of the building or the design of the building. So we're allowing it, but giving the zoning administrator some authority. Because if the zoning administrator sees a sign proposed and doesn't really fit with the character, and it's something that maybe is too close to a residential zone or something that is just not compatible, the zoning administrator has that authority to approve or deny. So I'll give a quick pause for this one because I know we had a long discussion about neon signs. Okay. Moving on to chapter 11 for non-conforming situations. We didn't have a lot of changes. This is probably one of the shorter chapters in our new LDC. So it's talks about the general what non-conforming situations are as it relates to non-conforming lots, uses, structures, signs, even accessory uses, non-conforming features. I will say the number one non-conforming situation that I've seen thus far relates to signs, either with the use of existing pole signs or other similar signs that our sign ordinance no longer covers that exist from back long before our original sign ordinance. But we did add for non-conforming uses the presumption of discontinuance and then overcoming the presumption of abandonment. I guess it's presumption of discontinuance and abandonment. So this is for if a property owner writes to the town and say they're discontinuing their non-conforming situation, or if it has lapsed after a certain time period, this is what the presumption of that discontinuance is. And then for overcoming the presumption of abandonment, if the property owner or whoever can prove that they've been maintaining and continuing the non-conforming situation, they can continue to operate, especially if they have continued to try to sell the property as the use or are just simply maintaining the grounds or the structure. And I think that is it for non-conforming situations. So I will turn it back over to Blair to finish us out, but we'll be here to add insight if needed.
I think it'll be needed, but this is the home stretch. So appreciate y'all hanging in there and seeing, this is us reporting back what we heard from you. So we appreciate you reviewing this with us. So section 12, I want to refer back to, chapter 12, I want to refer back to section 2.5.1 where the purpose and powers of the HPC are spelled out. That's something that Madison went over way back at the beginning of this presentation. And so chapter 12 really spells that out more as to what those are. So it covers the designation of landmarks, certificate of appropriateness, but we've removed the sections on historic districts and demolition by neglect. Those are codified at the state level, and the decision was that that's where people should reference when making these decisions. We did not want to repeat it in our own development code. So the chapter covers procedures for designating landmarks, designating historic districts. Is that right? I want to double check that, and issuing certificates of appropriateness. So let's see. Yeah, Madison, I'm curious because this is kind of hitting me whether the procedure for designating historic districts. I think that should probably be removed from the slide, right? because that's no longer addressed in chapter 12, but can you verify that?
Yeah, we removed that.
Yeah,
Corrected
it
by
just
the
didn't get removed from the show. Sorry about that.
And then we also, like you'll find in section 12.2, paragraph B, which says no property shall be recommended for designation unless, and then I or one there's the property owner consent. That's where that's been added as well.
Yes. Okay. All right, so that was all that we changed in chapter 12. I mean, it was a significant amount of change, taking 2 whole sections out. But otherwise, we didn't have to do much with the wording. And so all that's left is chapter 13. And that's our, I think, extremely well-written definitions chapter. So I don't know if anybody read it, but it's there when you need it. So the only changes we made there, as I mentioned earlier, we added qualifying tree, and we also added, we defined story. And what we have is that portion of a building included between the surface of any floor and the surface of the floor next above it. Or if there is no floor above it, then the space between such floor and the ceiling next above it. So we at y'all's, in the discussion we had with y'all, we realized that was something that needed to be added. But that was it. Otherwise, it's all there. So what I want to do now is just review very quickly our schedule. We had the planning board review their final review, and today is the 29th and the retreat, the second day of the retreat. So we can check that one off. And where we'll go from here is make any final revisions to the land development code, the future land use map, or the zoning map. And it sounds like those are going to be very few. So I guess we'll be able to do other things and not be too bogged down in changes, depending on where the discussion ends up today. There are some to be made, and every time we look at it, there's a little bit more cleaning up to do. So we'll make sure it's in as tip-top shape as it possibly can be. And then on February 15th, the planning board will vote on whether to recommend the document, followed by, and March 9th, the Board of Commissioners have the public hearing. So we'll see how, who shows up for that meeting. We hope it'll be a good turnout as much as it can be in this environment. And then this says March 23rd. Yeah, the Board of Commissioners adoption decision. So I think that's it. And then we're done, basically. So any comments on this? I guess you can go to the next.
Ann has a question.
Okay.
I don't necessarily have a question, but more of a comment. I just want to really express my gratitude to Jeff and Blair and Madison and everybody who worked on putting this together, because this is amazing. I mean, I know the town has spent a lot of money and a lot of time to try to get this to this point, and to know that majority of this was done in-house is like a huge accomplishment and a win for y'all. And I really enjoyed my time working on this and having our meetings, because I got a really good opportunity to get to know Madison and Blair better. And I just really appreciate the hard work that the team has done on this, and we have such a great team, including all the other departments. And so I just really want to express that. Well, and I support this, and it's a fantastic bill. I have no other changes. I know.
Need a red light over there.
Well, thank you very much, Ann. I mean, there was a whole lot of people involved in this process. Obviously, planning staff. We took the writing on head on. Had all of the public input sessions. Everybody on our staff had contributions to this in writing. Every single one. Engineering staff also had their contributions. Our urban forester, all of our advisory boards that deal in the planning and code realm, planning board of adjustment, other staff members that may not even know that they were involved in this. Like I remember going to a couple of people a couple of times and saying, "Oh, what would you think if we did this or that?" And people that aren't in the planning and zoning realm, just to see what their initial thought was, and that's good. That's good feedback. But most importantly, though, it is the Board of Commissioners that gets the most accolades, because there's no way that we could get to this point without your support. And we wanted to make sure that we checked in with you at numerous points along the way. I don't remember how many points that was, but there was a lot of them, because in order to get through a process like this, you have to have those check-in points to make sure that we are moving forward in the fashion that satisfies you. Because what you don't want to do is get to the end and then the board's not happy. And that's one of the reasons why we kept you abreast of everything along the way. And that's why it was so important to me to have you involved in all of those work sessions. I mentioned that other peers of mine said that we were nuts to do, but it's gotten us to this point because you, as the board, have also crafted this. You're invested in it, and that makes all the difference in the world. And I can't tell you, starting to get a little emotional here, but how proud I am of our entire staff, entire town, and the board. It's just an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, and Jeff, I want to say that this was the #1 reason I ran for office. I was actually part of the groups when we had hired, the town had hired the consulting firm out of Seattle or wherever they were from. And I was at those meetings and did those roundtable planning discussions. And to think that we actually accomplished this now together on our own without these consultants, it's just amazing. I feel like we should be popping champagne on that March 23rd when we pass this thing. So just, y'all are awesome. Thank you so much.
You.
Well, we appreciate that. We really do.
You really can't say enough about it. But if I was going to use some baseball vernacular on this whole thing, I've lost track on how many times you guys have hit home runs for us. You're sitting there going, around the lineup 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You're still standing up there waiting for us on the mound to throw you our best pitch so we could knock that out of the park as well. So you guys have done such an awesome job, dedicated, and all of us, yes, we can all kind of give ourselves a hug and pat on the back for it. But what a monumental accomplishment, successful accomplishment. You guys have just stepped up to the plate, looked at what was coming down the pipe, and whacked the ball out of the park and over the fence. So I can't say enough good things about you. Now I'm going to get emotional, so I won't.
It's just really a wonderful sign, a great sign of what great leadership can do when we're all aligned on the right path, and it's fantastic.
Well, I'm going to request an outtake of this portion of the recording so I can play it back whenever,
You're having a bad day.
So we just keep you on the teleprompter right there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
This is a North Star.
This is a
Absolutely.
North Star. Thank you for that. So well done, everybody on the team.
No, thank you, everybody.
We need something
Maybe
like
like the
that.
zoning map.
So do we have to give any further acknowledgement and direction to
Pedro,
the town managers?
It's your turn.
So right now, I'm not going to speak as a commissioner. I'm just going to come out and say that when I first moved to Waxhaw, it was a hard thing to do because I come from a land far away, the state of New Jersey. But what I saw in Waxhaw was amazing. And as time went on, I saw so many possibilities. And some of those possibilities weren't being, I hate to use the word exploited. They weren't being looked into, and you know, there were reasons why Pedro Moore went from being, you know, resident to now the commissioner because of my belief in this town. And in the last year, it has been amazing. If tomorrow I was no longer commissioner, I could look back this year with a tremendous amount of pride, and you know, and it's due to, as we keep saying, it's this team effort. We you know, we walked into the perfect storm this last year, and I gotta say, you know, at the risk of getting emotional myself, I have to say that there have been very few teams that have been on that handled what life has thrown at us in such a way. Even with little bumps along the way, this team is standing here today and has performed time and time again for this town. And it's evident in people's comments, it's evident, you know, in everything. So I can tell you, as a resident, even if I had never served on this board, I would be incredibly proud of what the town of Waxhaw has done. So thank you, all of them. Thank you.
We really appreciate that. I think that means a lot to the staff.
Well, you guys are the ones who put it all together for us to just, all of us bask in the sunlight on it, and we're still going. We're still climbing. So.
All right. Okay, well.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You want to pass that around?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I support the LDC. I don't think, unless it's like commas or punctuation.
When will the final be available, like online for people and stuff?
Well, I was planning on getting together with the team on Monday, and we will make sure that the newest precious copy is available online. We're going to divide it up so that you can look at it chapter by chapter and have the map up there. And it'll pretty much be up there through the adoption point as public hearing material. And then of course it will be available permanently online after that. So we look forward to that very much. And so with that, that takes us to our final session of the day, which will just go on as long as we need it to go on. And it's developing organizational priorities and strategies that would be really outside of what we've already done. I want to give each board member the opportunity, if you so choose, to make us as board members aware of anything that you want us to look at policy-wise, project-wise. If there's anything that we're doing that you do not want us to be doing or looking at anymore, any new things that you want us to pursue, anything else other than what we've already talked about that we should be looking into with the budget, what's of interest to you there, if anything different than what we have already talked about, just to make sure that we're all still moving in the right direction and making sure we understand all the goals and the priorities of each board member, and that we can complete those to the best of our ability moving forward. Also want to take a little bit of time to go over the results of this retreat and make sure that we have a clear understanding, and we'll flash those up on the screen here in a little bit to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the direction that we're going. This will be kind of similar to what we send out with the 2x2s, just to make sure that we're all moving in the right direction. And then want to get just a little bit of feedback of what the board feels about the format that we've done this year with the retreat. We chose not to have a facilitator. That was my choice. I didn't think we needed a facilitator at all. I think that we just needed to get down to business, and I feel like we did that very well. And we can get to that point when we get there. But I have a couple of things I might change about this, minor things, but not much else, but want to get that feedback from the board as well. So maybe first the best thing to do is to do the summary, and then we can go back and go around to each board member. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Bear with us for one quick moment.
I feel like we're fading off. Yeah. More chocolate.
Ah, there it is. Okay. I will share that screen. Okay. So the first decision point we got to was the public services of Parks and Recreation and Town Hall redesign. The board members who were present were in consensus on the space needs design for the public services, Parks and Recreation Operations Building and Town Hall. That's what we think we heard. Just want to verify that. Town Hall location, all board members present at the retreat were in consensus on location of Town Hall. Funding and model strategy. The board members who were present were in consensus on moving forward with the following funding model: financing PSPR and Town Hall, cash funding the 1.7 million for phase 1 of downtown Central Park, cash funding 500,000 for Cardiff, and then phase 2 of the downtown park, the remainder would be borrowed. And then also looking into refinancing of the police building here, and just exploring also add to that possibility with phase 1.
Hey, Jeff, just a quick question.
Yes.
Is that final? Are we calling it out Central Park?
No, we're not.
It's
Okay.
just
Yes.
the name that we're given at this point. It'll
Yeah.
be named
We're gonna have a contest.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
We will.
I agree. Downtown Central Park, yeah, it needs something else. And I think Dina's aware of that. I mean, I think she mentioned it in her presentation the other night too. So
Massive work.
members present were also in consensus on committing the tax base needed to fund the model for moving forward with the borrowing strategy. Next steps will be to move into a contract with Ganesh for the downtown Central Park. We think we can have that available by the first February meeting. Sounds like that. I have a draft I have to review sometime this weekend. And then I'll have to contact ADW on Monday to see what their timeline could be with that. But we hope to target the second February meeting if possible. So then we have the CIP and 5-year master plan, and then the 5-year plan, including that on the as part of the annual budgeting process. All board members that were present were in consensus on adopting a CIP master list and 5-year plan with the upcoming operating budget. And going forward, the board will have the ability to add, remove, or change projects on an annual basis. It will be adopted with the annual budget process. The final version of the 5-year plan will be based on the final tax base numbers from the county and what we're able to do with that. So then we talked about NC 16 and 75. All board members were comfortable with staff engaging with downtown business owners in order to collaborate on eliminating the on-street parking on South Main Street for the purposes of improving the intersection functionality at NC 16 and NC 75. This concept will help with traffic delays, reducing stacking at the intersection more than Waxhaw Parkway look to do from the modeling. NCDOT is planning to resurface NC 75, so it will save the town funds with the opportunity to align with that project. Once public input is complete, staff will bring it back for the BOC to make a final decision on that particular project. Angled parking on McDonald Street. Now, we have some breaking news that Matt had Orion come up with a layout for that we can show you here momentarily. So we will do that. But all board members present at the retreat were in consensus to move forward with adding angled parking on McDonald Street. Staff will bring forward the estimated cost for this project at a budget workshop for the next fiscal year. Development of financial policies. Board members present were in consensus to move forward with the development of financial policies as recommended by Davenport Finance. And then we moved into today, organizational structure. The board members who were present were in consensus on the proposed organizational structure. Full-time customer service and the accounts payable will be added into the budget document. And of course, that doesn't include any other requested positions that I would consider as part of the budget as well. The planning and inspections director, that's beginning advertisement for that position. And then the downtown manager position is begin preparations for advertising for that. Probably that would be a little bit later though. I think we could start advertising for the planning and inspections director pretty quickly, but we'd continue to do some a little bit of research and prep before we jump right in on the downtown manager and look at some more resources and see if we can't get some additional help in finding the right person there. In the federal action plan, all board members at the retreat were in consensus on the federal action plan, which is a comprehensive list that will be accomplished slowly. And we'll adjust that transportation section to include a priority for sidewalks. And then that'll allow Leslie to be able to provide advocacy for that. We'll have that in front of the board. Should be able to have that in front of the board in February. And then that'll allow Leslie to be able to start contacting our congressional offices. Historic landmark inventory. All board members that were present were in consensus to include owner consent as a requirement for the LDC. Made that change. Board members were not in favor of researching a historic district at this time. Board members were also in consensus on having the Historic Preservation Commission and planning staff to revise the facade improvement grant program to better preserve the character of historic buildings, provided it is budgetarily feasible. Topics of discussion we have in there, including all sides of the building if eligible for funding, looking at that possibility, and then looking at the possibility of including residential structures as eligible, as well as increasing the funding for the program. And then we have our land development code. Board members present were in consensus on the revisions made to the LDC, including the changes made to the future land use map, the rezoning map. Next steps will be to move into public hearing and adoption mode. And that brings us to where we are now. Are there any questions? Do you feel like that we captured this as you remember it? And also we will follow up with Brenda, and we'll make sure that that we engage with her and make sure that however she would like to do that, if she wants to watch the recording of the meeting, or if she wants to meet exclusively with like myself and Melody or any other staff, we're happy to do that to make sure that get her thoughts on this direction. Thoughts, comments?
Well, I think you'll have with respect to Brenda, we have lots of dialogues, and yes, we'll have conversations and things like that, but I really do feel, unless she's got any specific questions, that she'll be in consensus with us as well. She's a great team player for us. She stands up, she's very articulate. Sorry for her personal family situation this week, but I think that you'll find out. But I just wanted to say a couple of things as we start to close out a little bit here to everyone here, kind of share something, and I'll read it, because as akin to what Blair was just saying about wanting to have the sound bites, on his wall. This is something that's kind of on my wall in my home office. And I'm going to read it to you. It was a part of my dialogue on my campaign page when I was running for office here. And I'll just read it and we can kind of take it from there. Our town has experienced unsustainable, not so well managed growth for more than a decade. This caused stresses at every level of our town government. One of the first things to accomplish is an unbiased evaluation of the town's capacity to move forward. First things first, we don't have a town manager. Waxhaw needs to get it right this time. Without experienced full-time leadership in this position, we will lack the capacity to achieve any stated goal. In concert with that effort, we will need to perform a wholesale, top to bottom look at every level of our town government, which would include an evaluation of all leadership, mid-level, and staff positions to confirm we have the right and qualified people. One of the next things we would be able to revisit is the town's visions. Ideas and beliefs that were once held sacred have been significantly affected by actions of the past leadership, boards, and committees. I would expect that most of these people that were in the positions of direct control of the town's future may have very well intentioned, but might have lacked the experience and perspective necessary for a town growing at the pace that we have recently experienced. Some of these sacred beliefs have been changed forever. We are no longer a small town. We are nearing 20,000 residents and growing from previously approved projects that affect all of us without consideration and understanding of future infrastructure needs and the effects of that growth. Our zoning and planning efforts need to be completely reworked in concert with a vision that is not only desirable, but achievable at every step of the way. No more world-paced monologues without effective and realistic plans on how to achieve success at every step. That was in 2019, I wrote that. And that actually was a plan for my term in office. And you guys have knocked it out of the park inside of a year and a half. And I got to tell you, we're at that jumping off point right now. You know, we've obviously put in place a very qualified town manager, a very qualified finance director to help guide us through that. He's made the improvements, moved people around, evaluated, made those decisions for us. Getting through the LDC was not an easy task. And as we just talked through that, kudos to everybody again. And for the first time in our 132-year history, we're actually going to have a credit rating. So we have really put ourselves in a good position to do some even greater things going forward. And I applaud each and every one of you. And thank you for supporting us going along the way. Scott. So thank you.
You are very welcome. It's a pleasure serving the board. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I mean, I don't tell many people this, but I mean, I don't do something I don't love. I just can't do it. So I can tell you though, I really love what I do.
Makes it nice.
It makes it better. Yes, makes it nice. It's just, local government is so hard. It really is in a lot of ways, and especially the higher up, the ladder you go. And you really have to love what you do, I think, to survive it.
Thanks for a great retreat. Any other thoughts and comments from anybody? Tracy, you're up on the board still. I'm taking it.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was just asking if you were still there.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Well, so I want to make sure that that every board member has a chance, if they have anything that they want to share that we haven't talked about, that we need to look into, as I mentioned, or do or not do. So definitely want to give each board member the opportunity to do that. Tracy, do you have anything?
Well, some of my most important things have already been covered in the other presentations, but no, I mean, really the couple just minor things that I was thinking of has to do with kind of the OAB that Ron and Melody and I are doing, that we need to probably work on training with the boards. I actually talked to Terry on the phone after, during our lunch break, and how, she said she has so many new board members on the HPC and they don't know anything about historic preservation. And so I'm thinking that during, this COVID time and all this virtual stuff, that we probably need to make sure all the boards are getting the training that they need during this time. That would be good if there's any type of online courses or anything that any of them could be taking from home at their leisure. This might be a good time to do that, something we need to get on with. And then my only other thing has more to do with just the board itself. As I'm sure y'all know, there's a lot of complaints out there right now on the election change thing that we just passed in the last meeting. And going forward, I think we just need to be a little bit more thoughtful on some of the things that we put on the consent agenda. And if there's something that we think might cause a stir in the public, that we go ahead and put it on as a regular agenda item. But that's really all I have. Oh, and then just remembering we all speak as one board. And so when we pass something as a board, whether or not we agreed with it or not, that we have to support the board as a whole and the decision that was made. I mean, we're all to blame for that. I know I am too. But just to remember that, and to defend the board when that decision is made. So that's all.
All right, thank you, Tracy. Pedro.
I agree with what was said with regard to how we deal with things on the board on those nights that we're out in front, and to take a closer look for the days before that to avoid something like the other night. I would say, even with that, as I said a little while ago, even with these little speed bumps and whatnot, we still have an incredible board. We still have accomplished so much. So I'm very confident that there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to throw at us and us not. And let's lose that cohesive nature about us. We're still moving forward. So that's one thing that I truly appreciate about this board. Beyond that, I would just say that part of what we need to do, part of that discussion is that our engagement with folks on the public and business owners. We spoke about that the other day with regard to, the parking and how we're going to try to engage them to maybe be partners in what we're looking to do in the future. So I would say that let's try to, open up those conversations so that we can carry that message forward, and so that folks understand, where it is that we're actually coming from. And that they can understand it and say, hey, you know what, that's a great idea. I see all these things happening now. How'd you guys do that? Well, this is how we did, and this is how you can help. So I would say again, thank you to everybody, and let's just keep moving forward.
Great. Thank you. Ann?
Sure, two things, just to kind of echo some of the comments that Commissioner Morey and Commissioner Westlake said in regards to our meeting the other night. I think if any one of us out of, if we have an issue or a concern, I really would like to see it addressed to each other, and hopefully it doesn't become a social media issue. Along the same lines, if there is a question or concern or comment, that it would be really good if you could put forth from any one of us, maybe some solutions or some recommendations to ask for us to brainstorm on maybe whatever an issue is, as opposed to just raising the issue. I think that would go a long way to helping with the process of making solutions instead of just identifying them. The other part that I have that I wanted to talk about is our communication team and our media. And I think we have some really powerful, wonderful stories to tell about our team here in Waxhaw, from the things that we're doing in the park, the projects that are going to be coming online. I think one great story is the facade grant on the Nibbins Price, to be able to capture the before, the during, and the after, and speaking with the person who purchased it, who's going to restore it to back to that time period. I think that those are some really great personal interest stories, and I would like to be able to see if we can get our comms team to maybe able to capture that, and maybe put out a schedule. Like, here is a really good story about our town, or here's a really good piece, or here's what we're accomplishing. To be able to get these stories and be able to tell these out to the citizens and be able to tell our story, and to be able to do that, to actually calendar out, maybe it's monthly or quarterly or something, and kind of have things scheduled in a pipeline, so that when there is good news, that it's coordinated and we're telling the same story and the same message through all our avenues that we present that, whether it's social media, newspaper, print, website, all that. I think it's going to be more powerful, consistent, to be able to tell our stories.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
It's just been a great week. It's just been a great couple of days, again, to reflect back on. One of the lessons that we learned from a lot of stuff going forward is, again, how we communicate with each other. And I think all of us, need to know policies, procedures, and things like that, on what is an appropriate way to bring a message forward. If there is something, we certainly have discussions and dialogues in all of our 2x2 meetings, which a lot of items are covered and we talk about, and we're all very busy. I know myself, I put in a lot of time in this role by choice, but my weeks can be very, very busy, and they certainly equate to 7-day-a-week operations. And so sometimes, as you know, Jeff, and some of the others that contact me, you want to reach me, you just keep calling until you get me. And that's what we need to do more of with each other, to make sure that just because you said it once doesn't mean it got communicated all the way around. If you didn't get a response, then let's make sure that we reach out to each other, get the response we need, and then understand our policies and code and methodologies on how that, if we have something to bring forward, how do we bring those things forward? What is that mechanism, that vehicle that brings it forward to us? So maybe a little bit of review on some of the policies and procedures. If there's any questions, any classes, or any review of our policies and procedures. If those are much like we did with the LDC, we reviewed it, picked it apart, revised it if we needed to, and then moved on. So I think we've done a very, very good job for the last now 14 months or so that we've been in office. We've accomplished a great deal. And again, not to say that the prior boards and leaderships have not, it's just that we have such a high-performing team going on right now. It's almost feels euphoric, in that there's like no end in sight for us, which is great. It's a great feeling to have. And so I hope that we can continue that. I would like, to again stress to those who are outside of these rooms here listening to us that, they also understand that they have a role in our government, and it isn't necessarily always on social media with misinformation. We need to go to the sources that have the right information, make sure we understand it, and not try to make an issue out of what isn't.
And you just walked in at the right time.
Yeah. So it's time for your commitment financially too. So.
So we had done a review, Jason, of the direction, make sure that that we understood the direction that the board gave us moving forward. And then we've gotten to the point now where we were going around the room and just asking each individual board member if there is anything outside of what we've talked about so far, anything that you want us as staff to be looking into, something that we're doing that we may look to not do anymore, or something in the budget that you may want us to look at that might be of interest to you, just anything else that comes to mind, policy-wise, project-wise.
I think we covered, you and your team have done an awesome job, very thorough, covered absolutely everything in very good detail, I think. And then, outside of what we did talk about, we have socialized some other ideas that, you and your team are already working on. So I'm good with the approach and the direction we're taking towards the North Star.
Great. So two other things. The format of this retreat, just wanted to get a little feedback from the board about what you thought of it. Going through this day and almost 2 days now, I think the only thing that I really think of that I would probably tweak would be having less presenters in the Thursday morning window. That obviously, of course, it may not have gone on as long as it would have if we didn't have that one county capacity thing that's popped up. But I think what I might do, if we like this format moving forward in years to come, is we might spread those out a little bit more, or at least give them more time to do these presentations, particularly for what Q&A might be. But I think it's important to check in with those organizations at the retreat, and they keep you up to date on their big picture topics that they're working on, because they directly influence us in our decision making. So I think that's a good thing to have as part of this moving forward, along with the other specific business that we have to deal with. So any thoughts of what you think, or we can always go back to the facilitator route if you prefer that too. But I kind of thought we were beyond the kumbaya stuff, and we just have a good full retreat. I've seen a lot of them. I've been coming to them just about my entire career since I started in 1999. So I got to watch a few of them in my early years and see how they were done, and I participated in probably 3/4 of them that I've been a part of in all these years. So it's a format that I had borrowed from mentorship, and that seems to have carried over and worked pretty well here in the town.
Yeah, Jeff, I was going to say, so this is my 4th one on the board, and the last 2, which were the ones you were part of, were obviously a lot better than the 2 that before that. I actually thought the way with you leading it was much better than a facilitator, because you have much more knowledge really of what's going on, and a facilitator can only know so much. And the facilitators usually do a lot of those, icebreaker game things, and that's good when it's the first time for a board, like I guess it was last time, right? When it was all new, when there was new board members, and it's good to get to know each other. But I think it was good this time that we were just able to get down to business and not have a lot of that stuff that takes up time. So
I think that's the strength of the board and the unity, because a year ago we didn't really know each other, how this is going to work, and here we are a year later and, you know, it's just hit the ground running and here we are. So it says a lot.
Well, I think the team did a good assessment, team being town manager, and his team did a good assessment of what was necessary for this time, taking the time to know the board members and what the issues are. And you're right, we can hit the ground running with somebody internally, and, you know, to no detriment of any of the facilitators that we've had in the past, but we have a more intimate relationship here and can address the issues without taking, I'll call it, valuable time to try to build a team, and yet we try to build that team internally. And I think that this has worked out really well. Next year, I hope that we can do this as a big group again. Hope these issues are, you know, that we're facing today are well behind us. But I think kudos to you and the team for sensing all of what we needed to do.
Great. Okay, well, one last thing to look at. I'm going to call Matt up here to show us the McDonald Street parking that Orion was able to put together quite quickly. Let's see here. I can have to pull it up on that computer. Ah, there it is.
So this clearly is a concept sketch right out of probably a couple hours old. So we haven't taken a granular look. This is just a high level.
Speak up, Matt.
Okay. Granular look. This is just a high level of what could possibly be done if we were to, because it's all our property, push the sidewalk back in away from the street. Looks like we can get a maximum of 9 spaces, one of them being handicapped. Again, favoring traffic to come off of Broome and then go back out toward Church and not chew everything up trying to get back to 16. But there does appear to be room enough to do that, keep the lanes intact. There's a little bit of widening on the other side of the street, which does help the lanes on the other side of the intersection of Church work out a little better. I think there's going to be potentially issues with return radius of the garbage truck coming in here, so we'll have to coordinate. Is that just telling the garbage guy come on a day or come in a certain direction, and that's not an issue. I think Dean has already added in that they're planning with some of the concepts that Banesh is working on to do some subsurface utility work, so we wouldn't get construction maybe as soon as we'd like. But the team's already on it on a number of angles to see, one, is it feasible, past feasibility, what is the actual net gain we're going to have. But right out of the gate, it looks promising in terms of space and traffic.
Question real quickly. I notice they look like back-end spaces?
No, that's what Banesh was asking. I think that's a little progressive for us so far. So they are not, again, it's coming out of Broome is the favored direction. And so these are probably maybe 60-degree angle.
Shouldn't they be sloped in the other direction?
They could, but again, that would then put going out, trying to get onto 16 or Broome Street. And that's not the favored movement. I would prefer traffic come
Entering
in
from Broome Street
from
and
Broome
not
and
going
go out
into
to Church
the
and then
parking
decide how they want to get back to the end of the flow.
So it would be okay to come in cross traffic to go into the space and cross traffic to get out of the space.
Yeah, I mean, that's, unless we wanted to contemplate one-way kind of stuff. This is, like I said, this is the first flush of just drawing spaces into the area. How does the right-of-way work? How do the lanes work? So I can't say that every angle has been looked at for lack of a better.
At least we know the feasibility of the county.
Right. Step one, as soon as we kind of were aware that we had the ability to expand the right of way with little issue, that was step one. And then the rest is the sidewalk going to be an issue, tying that back in. And then of course Dina's concerns about how this might fit into plans she's already working on. All those boxes need to be checked, but it looks like, again, no ideas are bad ideas. It's just a matter of going through the motions.
What's the plus factor on that? What's existing out there?
I think there's 4 out there and this says 9, so
Plus 5. And would that require movement of the sidewalk? Or is that? right at the
Well,
end?
yeah, it would. So I think you can barely see here is the
Oh, the
existing.
existing, okay.
And so here's the rest of the, I guess the McDonald house is about here. So we would cut closer in to that, and then angle back out to join up with the original alignment that's proposed with that on past the tower.
Is there the same ability to do that on Church up against the other side of the McDonald house? Do we have one up there?
So I'm sorry, which,
Right, keep going left. Jeff.
Yeah, right there.
That's a little tighter, I think,
yeah, well, I mean, again,
because you got angled parking.
it depends on how much
across the
space there is between the sidewalk and the actual structure.
street. Mhm.
And I think a lot more things are involved there,
Right,
but,
more utility in there.
but that concept, I mean, just applies really just about anywhere else that we have the right of way property for.
And it looks like you're staying away from the intersection more instead of it going.
Yeah, I mean, the
beyond.
driveway is the, the community corner, we certainly don't want to lock in.
And we have parallel parking there anyway. Don't we temporarily? I know
There
people park
might
there.
be, I think that's a transitional area period.
I think there's a couple of spaces in between this driveway and
Yeah,
then
I think
the
it's
gate.
close.
Yeah.
But we go +5, so that's a pretty good addition when you're limited on space.
Can I just make a suggestion? You said you have 9 up there, right? I would recommend using 1 and try to make the sides a little bit bigger for the sake of line of sight. You can make the spots also a little bit bigger so that folks aren't trying to tuck into a parking spot and then have to loop around to try to get out on a street that's not quite as narrow or as wide rather. So if you took away the 1 spot, you can make the line of sight to the corner better. That might even help with the issue of the driveway, and you're not, again, crunched up or you're not so sure what's behind.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, again, this is the study just to say, given the typical standards, what does the site just on a 2D give us? We typically, by the time you get to final, you're losing a spot. That's pretty common. Now, the concept of back in has its advantages. There's no doubt about it, especially when we're talking about the conditions here. It's so close, it's a small block,
That's what I would do. I would
lots
back
going
in.
on. So those things all have to vet out before we propose to really go to construction. We'd want to make sure all of that had been well thought of. I don't know that in any time we've ever said, hey, we want to build some parking spaces in the next day they were there, right? It's going to have to go through its traditional process, but in terms of, there's an idea, how good of an idea is it so far? There's nothing jumping out that says absolutely not.
It appears to be very, very low hanging fruit. I don't even think that it would be a substantial cost. I would hope not. So what I would propose is that let's let the engineering team finish design of it, see what the estimate is, and make a decision if we want to do that right away or as soon as we can.
No, thanks for the quick study.
Absolutely. And if pedestrians already on the ground there, it might be something they incorporate into their plan. I'm not exactly sure what their scope was, but.
And even in addition to that, parking there may or may not impact circulation, but if we have a trash lane there, if you will, can we utilize any space around the water tower and around the McDonald house, even if it was a temporary, not a paved surface, but maybe a rock surface or something like that. Just, again, picking up 2, 3, 4, 5 more spaces would be a big yield over there.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Downtown, absolutely.
You know what that would really work? The next block over on the back side of the tap house, because the other side is just a huge driveway for the laundromat, and then the other side of that is the gas station. So there's not all concern of backing up into anybody.
Well, it's not our property.
Yeah, it depends on the right of way there, I guess.
How far? So they got a big.
So these are probably 18, 19 feet deep.
What's the,
And we've got to fit sidewalk in the right of way on those corners.
Because there's no sidewalk there now.
It's partial,
Yeah.
let's
partial
see if
around
we
the
can
newly developed.
take a look. Well, I guess I can't type it in. Nick, Matt, can you type in Union County GIS? Thank you. You have to be careful if you get in here too far, the aerials don't show up. We'll see how far in it'll let us go. Let's see, we're talking about right there. Let's see
Talking
if we
about
can
Price
get
Street.
one more knot. Nope, won't let you go right there. So looks like what we have to work with is probably a 50-foot right of way.
And without cutting off the access, we clearly have a lot of access on the gas station and the laundromat side, not really well controlled. What used to be the farmer's market, it's really all we can do to get the sidewalk on that side and then the sidewalk and keep the parallel parking on the Church Street side.
We'll take a look though. I mean, if we can fit some more parking in there, we'll
Can we
do
just
it.
add some more parking pockets there on the west side of Price Street, west of Church? Can we just repave that?
Yeah, we
right
did.
there?
We did,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not indicative of what it looks like now. We added spaces there.
Yeah, I didn't think of it. It just seemed like, I parked there the other day and it just seemed like there's a wide swath there. I wasn't sure of the setbacks.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell where the road ends and the driveways begin. Not, again, if it was redeveloped, there'd be curb line, there'd be sidewalk, there'd be delineation that have to understand what's what. Right now, it's just kind of some painted parallel spots. But as far as being able to fit angled in there, I don't know what the value. I know there's a grade change between the gas station and the laundromat. And it's not as bad on the other side of Price Street, but certainly something that can be revisited.
So we'll look into that one and we'll move to design on McDonald Street. Does that sound good?
Sounds fun. And again, anything else that if we choose to, and then look at any surface area that we might have available on the water tower, because we own, McDonald House lot, the water tower lot, and then the corner lot. So, what can we do? Even I know a lot of times, maybe it's even temporarily on the north half of the corner lot. That would coincide with, whatever else we're going to do, still maintains our ability to have some type of events there temporarily, but can also be flexed like we do with the parking lot across from that in the corner or at the Women's Club, just to get a flex use. But I know that gets a little congested.
Well, you'll have to go through Dina on that.
Right.
She's already in that spot, so she best answer, what's contemplated now and what flexibility.
We'll trade off one more, something in the park for it.
Okay. We'll put our team together, our heads together, and we'll see what we can come up with.
That'd be great.
Okay, great.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Any last minute anythings?
I think we're good.
I
We
do
good?
have something
You
to
do
say.
have the
Melody. Okay.
So far, what I've seen this team accomplish last year has been phenomenal. We have a board that is unified and moving in the right direction for what is best for the community as a whole. And we have a great leader as a manager to help facilitate that process, and great staff that are willing to go the extra mile to accomplish what you all have set forward as priorities. And so I'm really looking forward to what we will accomplish in the coming years. But it's really, really wonderful to see all of the progress that we've made even over the last couple of days. So thank you for everything that you all do for the town. And thank you to Jeff.
You're too kind. Thank you very much. We keep this thing rolling. We're ready.
Blair wants that soundbite too, so.
Yeah.
Blair.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Maybe we need the South Star now.
Yeah, get a South Star, both ends. Right?
maybe.
We're getting a little closer, like bigger goals than this, right?
Now we do.
We're on
Now
our
we have a
path.
team. Now
Yeah,
we.
we're on our path.
That's right.
Well, I just want to say to everybody, I appreciate everybody that has been a part of this process. A very special thanks goes to our IT staff who are always behind the scenes, making sure these things go very smoothly. So kudos to Nick, kudos to Matt, your incredible staff. This was a big challenge to put together in this fashion, and you guys really stepped up to the plate. It's been awesome. Appreciate everybody that's been able to participate or watch out there. Hopefully, you were able to be informed and be able to get a lot out of this, and also understand the direction of the town, and really looking for the overall benefit of the entire town. That's what we're all here to do, what's best for the town. And we look forward to what the next year provides. And with that, we'll go ahead and sign off, and we'll look forward to the next year's retreat. So thank you, everybody. Take care.
Hi, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Good one.